Welcome. This is the Picken County Board of Commissioners regular meeting for October 24th, 2012. We're going to begin our meeting with our awards, and I just want to thank you all for being here. We're very pleased to present these awards, and we're delighted to live in a community that gives out these kind of awards. The first proclamation is going to be read by Rachel Richards. So we'll just stand and read our proclamations.
Okay, and we'd like to ask Beth Meager to come forward. Hey, Beth, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Yes. You are. Okay, thank you. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Beth Meager for her volunteer work in Picken County. Whereas Beth Meager has been a volunteer for numerous organizations throughout the Valley while living in Snowmass for many years, and whereas Beth Meager was matched with her little buddy, Eileen, in 2007, and they have since become very close friends, seeing each other much more than the required 3 to 4 times a month. And whereas Beth Meager has helped her little buddy enroll in extracurricular activities with the Aspen Santa Fe Ballet, Earth Beat Choir, and Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, among others, she has also been an academic advocate, helping Eileen with her school projects and homework, attending plays, and being Eileen's biggest cheerleader. And whereas Beth Meager has gone beyond the job description of a big buddy by not only being a wonderful mentor and volunteer, but by being a big supporter of the Buddy program, which is dedicated to doing whatever it takes to ensure children in our valley have better opportunities in their life. Her loyalty and commitment to the Buddy program is unwavering. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community and wants to honor those who go the extra mile. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation for Beth Meager for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Picken County Cares Volunteer Service Children and Youth Award. Now, I would just like to personally say for a moment that my son was in the Buddy program, and I know what a difference it makes. And so thank you for all of us for doing this. And if you'd like to say a few words, you may do so.
From here?
I think so.
Well, 5.5 years ago, I decided I had a little extra time. I like kids. And then I met Eileen. And it's really been one of the most fun, most rewarding things that I've ever done. I walk away from my time with her feeling better than when I went into it, without exception, every single time. So the Buddy program's a great organization in our valley, and as you can see, I'm a big proponent. So thank you very much. It's I accept it with pleasure, and it's just a fun thing to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next proclamation is to the Elks Club, and we have some distinguished-looking gentlemen here.
And ladies.
And ladies. So would you please come forward?
All the Elks, come on, come on.
Get the Elks.
This is not the time to be shy.
This doesn't look like a shy to me.
Yeah.
So the camera's over here, gentlemen. No.
But you guys face the camera, not us.
All right, Dan.
This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing the Aspen Elks Club Lodge number 224 for their volunteer work in Picken County. Whereas 5 times a year, the Aspen Elks Club Lodge 224 treats the senior citizens of the Valley to a scrumptious meal that includes drinks, dessert, and lovely gifts. And whereas the Aspen Elks Club Lodge number 224 happily serves more than 100 seniors at winter school, Easter, Independence Day, Christmas, and the annual summer picnic. And whereas our seniors look forward to these events, where the Elks make them feel like a special part of the community, that they are, while treating them to much needed socializing, good food, and cocktails if they so desire. And whereas many of these parties include prime seating for the seniors to participate, they set up chairs and tables along the sidewalk in front of the Elks building to give seniors an unobstructed view of the 4th of July parade. And whereas these events make a big difference in the lives of older adults who would otherwise not be able to enjoy the festivities because of health and mobility issues. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to the Aspen Elks Club Lodge 224 for their outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes them for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Service Seniors Award. Thank you very much.
The Elks are an American organization whose cardinal principles are those of charity, justice, brotherly love, and fidelity. We actively support many causes, but the key causes are youth, veterans, family, and of course seniors. On behalf of over the 900 members of the Aspen Elks Lodge number 224, I'd like to thank the Senior Center for nominating our lodge and for the county for honoring us in this fashion. Thank you very much, and let me introduce a few of our assembled folks here. My name is Tom McCabe. I'm one of the officers. Trustee Tom Moore, Lodge Secretary Beth Haggerty, Lodge Lecturing Knight Shirley Tipton, Lodge Esquire Jim Sallin, Veterans Committee Expert George Esef, and Mark Lippman of, well, he's our kind of our liaison to the Shining Stars. Thank you very much.
Peggy Johnston.
Peggy here today.
So we'll accept
Kim Dubois.
Kim, great. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Peggy Johnston for her volunteer work in Pitkin County. Whereas Peggy Johnston has quietly assisted families and children in need in our valley for many years. And whereas Peggy Johnston has provided financial support and has purchased necessities for struggling families to help relieve their burden. She has been known to fill her office with cheerfully wrapped gifts during the holidays, gifts of toys and clothing that she will deliver herself. And whereas Peggy Johnston also canvasses her many friends to help local families in need. She has a talent for connecting her friends who have special interests, hobbies, or talent with needy children to help them grow and experience the world in a positive way. And whereas the Pitkin County Human Services identifies a struggling child or family, they can connect with Peggy, and she immediately springs into action. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community and wants to honor those who go the extra mile. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Peggy Johnston for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Good Samaritan Award. And Kim will accept that on behalf of Peggy. Thank
When Peggy used to work at Pitkin County Human Services, she's retired. And when I first started 5 years ago, she came up to me when she found out what I do. I'm the manager of the Adult and Family Services unit and asked how she could help, and she repeatedly asked how she could help, and she did it anonymously. And so I just want to thank her, and it's so great to be here and hear all of these things that the community does to support our families and kids and adults and that sort of thing. And so Peggy is on vacation, so thanks to Peggy.
Next person we'd like to honor is Bobby Mason. You know, we have many, many talented musicians in our community, but I will express a prejudice that I have. I refer to Bobby as the king of the musicians of Pickton County, I'll tell you. Here we go. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Bobby Mason for his volunteer work in Pickton County. Whereas Bobby Mason has been an entertainer, troubadour, and rock and roll star in Aspen for over 40 years. And whereas, as a professional musician, he has had many successes from his first hit recording in the early 60s to stints with the Beach Boys, the Fifth Dimension, Nitty Gritty Band, and John Denver, among others. He also entertains our guests at the Aspen-Pickton County Airport from time to time. And whereas, Bobby Mason was an original member of the successful groups Black Pearl and Starwood, and there can't be a local alive who hasn't heard him sing his hit song, Tortuga. Whereas, but it's not only his professional successes that make Bobby Mason stand out in Pickton County. It's his penchant for helping locals in need. Whereas there are very few local fundraisers for community members down on their luck or who have been stricken with cancer or the need for life-changing surgery that Bobby hasn't played music to benefit. He's the go-to guy to draw a crowd and raise money for such causes. And he always entices his musician friends to join him. And whereas Bobby Mason is a cheerleader for Aspen, and when he moved away for a few years, he left a void where his rich voice and enthusiasm for local music, for the local music scene, had been. We missed him, and we're glad he's back for good. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Bobby Mason for his talent and outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes him for receiving the Pickton County Cares Volunteer Service Community Pride Award.
Somebody asked me, what are you getting an award for? I said, I don't have a clue. So I had to come here just to find out what I was getting. Have I actually done something right? And I figured it was probably that I volunteer for all the benefits and everything. But I'm not volunteering out of that I'm doing something for somebody. It's very selfish. I really get a lot out of it. There was a young girl, probably in 1970, that had cancer and she was dying. She worked at the Red Onion. And she said, I don't have any money. I need to get a benefit. Her mother worked there too. And I said, well, let's put something together. It's the first one. So we put something together, and I asked all my friends, and you know, back then there was a lot of good friends too. I got a lot of good friends now, but and she called me about a week before, and she says, I want to cancel this. Nobody knows me. Nobody's going to come. And I said, well, let's just go find out. And we were, I mean, the place was just, I think it was at the Red Onion. The place was just maxed. We raised about $30,000 for her. And just the beam on her face, she goes, wow, people really do care. And on mine, I went, you know, that's what this is about. So that made the hair stand up. Thank you. So, you know, it's really a double-sided thing. You know, I might volunteer, but I get a lot out Plus, it's a chance to put all the greatest musicians together for benefits, you know. Anyway, thank you very much, very humbly.
The next recipient is Aubrey Wolf. Is Aubrey here?
She could be here, but we have someone here in her.
Her seat, please. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Aubrey Wolf for her volunteer work in Pickens County. Whereas Aubrey Wolf is a senior at Glenwood Springs High School who joined the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers Board of Directors last spring. And whereas since then, Aubrey Wolf has devoted much time and energy to supporting the mission of Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers by attending monthly 2-hour-long board meetings, joining the Youth Advisory Council, and participating on several Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteer Trail projects. And whereas Aubrey Wolf helps lead local youth involved in Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers Young Stewards Initiative, guiding middle school students on hikes and trail projects. And whereas Aubrey Wolf offers thoughtful insights and effusive positive encouragement to the young and old she comes in contact with. She regularly demonstrates her love for the environment by insisting that her fellow volunteers find a recycling bin for the cans picked up along the trail, and she is often the first to pick up a tool and get to work. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community and wants to honor those who go the extra mile, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Aubrey Wolf for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Rising Star Award.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled that Aubrey got this award. My name is Hannah, and I'm the youth coordinator for Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. And I started, our youth program is totally new, and I started it in April. And Aubrey joined our board at the same time. She joined it through the Youth Zone Titans program, which is a great program getting youth on all different nonprofit boards across the valley. And Aubrey started at the same time that I did, and I was so glad she did, because I had this, like right there was a 17-year-old girl telling me, Hannah, no, that's a terrible idea, or Hannah, no, you should definitely do that. And she also stepped onto our Youth Advisory Council, which is now we have a group of kids who get to tell me what terrible ideas they have. So she's helping with that, and she came this summer on several of our projects, and then also goes to all of our board meetings. So I'm so grateful that you guys have recognized Aubrey's service, and she can't be here today. She's actually not at school right now. She's on vacation as well in Mexico. So I know that she's really pleased and really excited that her work has been honored. So thank you so much.
Would Amy and Barry Gordon come forward, please? This is a proclamation. You can turn around and face that. I know it's difficult, but this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Amy and Barry Gordon for their volunteer work in Pickens County. Whereas Amy and Barry Gordon have been tutors for English in Action since 2009, and Amy sits on its board of directors. And whereas Amy and Barry Gordon teach English to adult immigrants in one-on-one teaching relationships, in which they have forged very special bonds with their students, they go way beyond tutoring in helping connect their students to our community. And whereas when Amy and Barry Gordon go to their home in San Miguel de Allende a few months every year, they continue the English tutoring weekly via Skype so their students don't lose momentum. And whereas Barry and Amy Gordon's dedication to their students has paid off, their students' English skills have improved immensely. They have evolved from beginning English speakers to high intermediate speakers who can now converse in English. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community, and wants to honor those who go the extra mile. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Amy and Barry Gordon for their outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes them for receiving the Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Education Award.
The general theme, it seems, from everyone who has talked is how much, as a volunteer, you get out of what it is that you're so passionate about. So I just want to thank the Board of Commissioners for recognizing Barry and I with this wonderful award. Gracias.
It's working.
So,
It's not an amplifier, it's just going into the grassroots.
so two things I'd like to say. First, at the risk of sounding gallant, as much as I appreciate this award, and I certainly do, the deserving party truly is my wife. She is beyond incredible, not only as a board member, but her devotion, her time, her effort, her energy is beyond. And I gotta commend you myself over and many times, all of us as volunteers experience in whatever it is that we are volunteering for, a gratification, as Bobby so aptly put it. And what we get back is just goes right here. There are times when we might go the extra mile with the work that we're doing. And I'd like to share one experience that I've had and my wife shared with me. I have a student who I met when he was 18, and his English was a little shaky at that time. And we got to know each other quite well. I know about his family, where he came from, how he got here, and all the manifestations of his family life. And about a year and a half ago, being that I go down to Mexico, I mentioned to him that, you know what, his name is Trino. I said, Trino, I'm gonna go visit your family. And with that, his eyes just got so wide, and the next day he called me, he says, I called my mother, and they want to put on a fiesta for you. Hope I don't lose it. I need your help. So Amy and I and another Latina friend of ours drove out to Guadalajara. They were about 20 minutes out in the boonies. And I met the father and the mother there in what is at best a modest home, chickens and goats in the backyard. The town is meager at best. You just have to let your imagination think how meager one could be. And yet, they put out a display and invited everyone from their town, who were all relatives of each other. It's almost like Appalachia, everyone knows each other. And they had carnitas, where they roast, which is a roast pig, and a lot of tequila, of course, serving. And it must have been 50, 60 people came out. And what was so heartwarming for me was that the mother and father hadn't seen their son now in 5 years. So I was the link between to tell them about who their son is. And now I'm sitting here, the mother is kind of facing me right here, and behind me is Amy translating, because I don't speak that well or English, that well of Spanish, and she didn't understand English. And I'm there telling her about her son, who she hasn't seen in years, and the father, and what his life is like. And of course, she's just losing it incredibly. But I think at the bottom of it all, for me, somebody else is wiping your eyes, I love it, is when you give back and what you receive. I don't think you can put a value on it other than what goes through here. Thank you all.
Well, we're going to go from Spanish to French to the gay city of Paris. And this is a proclamation for Alexandra Alex Roy. Alex Roy. And he's got a great support contingency here from the U.S. Forest Service as well. So thank you all. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Alex Roy for his volunteer work in Pitkin County. Whereas, when Frenchman Alex Roy asked the local Forest Service office last spring if there was any volunteer work he could do for them, he probably didn't think he'd be assigned to a team to remove frozen cow carcasses in the cabin down in the creek. How do we remember that story? And whereas the grazing cows have become stranded in early winter snows at the mouth of Conundrum Creek and have taken refuge in the cabin where they met their demise in freezing temperatures. Alex's dirty job involved butchering and hauling the semi-frozen carcasses up the hill by hand through the snow in order to distribute them in the forest for scavengers to consume. And whereas Alex pitched in with a positive attitude and the strength and fitness to get the job done, the crew nicknamed him the Beast for his physical feats of endurance and strength. And whereas, since then, Alex Roy has given more than 800 hours of volunteer time to the Forest Service. Officials say volunteers like Alex are critical to the success of the Forest Service mission to protect the wild character of local wilderness areas. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community and wants to honor those who go the extra mile. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Alexander Roy for his outstanding dedication and commitment and recognizes him for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Exceptional One-Time Event Award. Congratulations.
All the Forest Service for giving me the opportunity to work in that beautiful wilderness and for welcoming me as a part of the team since the beginning. Thank you, guys.
Well, on behalf of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners and our whole organization, can't believe how much we appreciate all our volunteers in our community, those honored today and those who have previously been honored. Not least of all is Dorothea Ferris. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, recognizing Dorothea Ferris for her volunteer work in Pitkin County. Whereas Dorothea Ferris has dedicated her life to service, and she does it with passion and grit. She's feisty, that's an understatement, and speaks with conviction and a twinkle in her eye. And whereas Dorothea Ferris not only spent 19 years on the Aspen School Board, she was a 3-term Pitkin County Commissioner, adding up to over 30 years in elected office. And whereas in her 7th decade, Dorothea Ferris could have retired after term limits forced her to step down as a commissioner. But retire she did not. And she has gone on to champion many a worthy cause. And whereas it is risky to attempt to list everything that Dorothea Ferris has done, lest we miss something. But here's a sampling of her work. Former President of Colorado Counties Incorporated, RAFTA board member, member of the Colorado Wildlife Commission, member of the West Elk Scenic Byway Commission, and a member of the Crystal Valley Environmental Protection Association, to name a few. And whereas, words used to describe Dorothea Ferris include teacher, educator, steward, advocate, activist, and yes, a description she has learned to embrace, tree hugger. And whereas, Dorothea Ferris treads lightly but commits heavily, and she serves with great passion for preservation of the environment. Whereas, let's delete the whereas and go to. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Dorothea Ferris for her significant and lifelong contribution to the community and recognizes her for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Greg Mace Award. Here, here.
I'm never at a loss for words. But this is a wow moment. You all know that, to me, the place in which we find ourselves is what really defines how we are, who we become. And I had the good fortune of waiting tables at the Jerome about 50-some years ago, and that opened the door to a community that goes beyond anyone's expectations. And I was able to become part of that community, and the friends and the people with whom I work, and the friends whom I love, have made this the most incredible time. And I thank you all, and I am so honored to receive this. Thank you so very much.
I'd like to ask Gail Mason to come forward. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Gail Mason for her volunteer work in Pitkin County. Whereas Gail Mason is a volunteer that moves mountains as a crew leader and committee volunteer for the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. And whereas Gail Mason has been one of Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers' most involved crew leaders in recent years, she has led crews on many Pitkin County projects, including Smuggler Mountain, Lost Man Trail, Skyline Ridge, and the Highline Trail. And whereas last year, Gail Mason was recognized by Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers as Crew Leader of the Year, and unlike other volunteers, Gail thinks rock work is fun. And whereas Gail Mason is a true steward of our public lands, and Pitkin County is a fortunate beneficiary of her work with Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community and wants to honor those who go the extra mile, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Gail Mason for her outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes her for receiving the Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Environment Award.
So much fun to win an award just because I started volunteering with them in 2006 to find a boyfriend. Actually, no, rock work is great when you're a woman because they never expect us to pick up the rocks. We just go, oh, there's a good one. Let's go pick it up. We'll move it over there. No, Roaring Fork Volunteers is a tremendous organization. We've done so much work. And, Forest Service doesn't have the staffing that they need to do the work that's necessary to keep our trails out here. We have spectacular trails. We have a trail system unlike almost anywhere else.
So next year, I expect to see every single one of you on one of my crews to come out, and let's put them back together again for our tours when they get here. Thank you.
Last but not least, Mark Lippman. You're back again.
Right here?
That works.
Right,
Right here.
right here's fine.
Okay. I'm here to represent the Shining Stars. Shining Stars, an organization that helps little guys from maybe 7 to 13 with cancer. We bring in about, maybe 50 to 60 of them per week in the spring. And we give them something, hope. Can't cure them, but they have hope. One of the nice things, when they come in, get off the bus, they've all got wool hats on and their wigs, because where they're from, they're with other kids who, kids can be pretty mean. Anyway, after about 2 or 3 days up at the Elks Lodge, there's a discotheque. And these little guys have learned to be with somebody, and they shave their heads, and usually it says, "Cancer sucks." The little guys, it's just it's a treat. It's a treat to be able to help them. And so many of us here, and especially again, people from the Elks, are big contributors here. And we want to thank you all, for it's a wonderful thing to give these kids hope.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go away. You gotta read. You gotta do it.
You have to do your proclamations still.
Huh?
You have to still do your proclamations.
You gonna do that right here?
Yep.
Okay.
This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Mark Lippman for his volunteer work in Pickens County. Whereas Mark Lippman has volunteered for over a decade for the Shining Stars Foundation and the Sunshine Kids before that. And whereas these organizations benefit children with cancer and life-threatening diseases by providing sport, recreational, and social outreach programs that bring hope to these children and their families. And whereas Mark Lippman is always there at every event to encourage, smile, and help anyone in need. And whereas Mark Lippman has devoted hours of time serving meals, taking kids on hikes, setting up and cleaning up for children's programs, writing articles, addressing envelopes, and getting donations. He also volunteers at the Marketplace booth for Shining Stars, even if it means traveling to Denver for a special event. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes this critical role volunteers play in strengthening the social fabric of our community and wants to honor those who go the extra mile. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is honored to present this proclamation to Mark Lippman for his outstanding dedication and commitment, and recognizes him for receiving the Pickens County Cares Volunteer Service Health Award. Congratulations.
I'd just like to ask all of the recipients to please meet me outside for a group shot, so don't disperse too quickly. After you say.
I think it's time, we're going to carry on with business, and I know you don't want to be here for that. So thank you all. We deeply appreciate the volunteers, the people who step forward, and that's what makes Pickens County such a great county. Thank you.
Just 5 minutes while
Thank you. I'm not staying. No, no.
I may or may not. So, when that comes up, the public hearing, that will be a presentation, and then the board will have to take it.
Chris, are you going to sign any of these documents on behalf of Joe? Yeah. Oh, Dale? I just want to grab you out of here. Sign that one. This right here. Well.
Put my meager reputation on it.
Let me see if I have any other ones. You're not on the Columbines, are you? No. And Canaan. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Caitlin, are we ready to go?
Yep, all set.
Welcome back. We just had our Picken County Cares Award ceremony. I hope you watched that. That was great. The next item of business is additions and deletions to the agenda. John?
We have no deletions to the agenda. I would ask for one addition, and that would be an executive session at the end of the meeting to discuss a personnel item.
Okay, thank you. The next items are public comments. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. We'll move on to commissioners' comments. Rachel?
Yes, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank our staff who helped organize the service that we just had. It just is always touching and a great reminder to all of us about what it means to give back. So thank you for that. And I just wanted to make a comment that it is voting season now, not just off season. The early voting has begun, and you can vote early at the clerk's office on Main Street. They open at 8:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, and you can do that through the Friday, November 2nd. You cannot early vote on the Monday before the election because they need to get their records all back in line for the actual polling place. You can vote at your polling place if you do not early vote. But I want to encourage people to early vote because it does a couple of things. One, if for any reason you end up having to work a double shift, or your child care doesn't work out, or you go away for a weekend in Moab and decide to stay a couple extra days, you don't have to worry that you did not get your vote counted. And this is a very important election. They always are. But we all know Colorado's a toss-up state, and I think that the best outcome will be achieved when everyone makes their voice heard. So be sure to get out there and vote. You can also check on the website at pickinvotes.org to make sure you know your current polling place and everything like that. If you got a mail-in ballot, definitely get it mailed back in, because sometimes people forget to turn those in. But every vote counts, and we appreciate everyone's participation in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other commissioner comments? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I would add to Rachel's comments, encourage everyone to get out to vote. This is a very critical election, and quite frankly, presidential elections, general elections are always critical. We could be at a turning point where we, as a nation, go backwards or go forwards. The middle class, the working class, the economy, everything is at stake here. This is really a simple election. Though you all can infer where I'm at, obviously, the most important thing is to get out and vote. Express your opinion and vote. And I would encourage everyone from every party, and including some of the parties that are not the two major ones, to get out to vote. It's critical that we all exercise that responsibility. It's not only a right, it's a responsibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. George?
I guess I'll stay on that same theme. And I did vote today, actually, so you can vote right now at the clerk's office. So take advantage of that. But as Rachel said, Colorado is a swing state. And I've been watching and listening to debates, reading articles, listening to analysts and political pundits. And I'm always amazed that they are still trying to appeal to the undecided voter. And I wonder how anyone could still be undecided given all the information that is out there. So I'm going to try to make this a little easier for the undecided voters. I'm going to give you a little checklist, and you can sort of check where you stand on these issues, and hopefully that will make your decision a little bit easier. So, if you support women's health programs, such as Planned Parenthood, in addressing women's health issues, or if you don't, there's one option. If you support extinguishing the Bush tax cuts for the 1% of the wealthy, or you don't. If you support educational opportunities and programs that encourage and help from children, preschool children, to take advantage of programs on public television, to college students who are trying to get low-interest loans, or not. You can support understanding and recognizing that some of our public lands are so unique and so special and pristine that there are areas of our public lands that should not be used for oil and gas exploration, or not. And finally, you could think that and support the idea that our economy is a wholly subsidiary of our environment and not the other way around, or not. So that's a very simple list, of course, but perhaps it will help you decide what side of the fence you're on these issues and help you decide who you should vote for. But most importantly, as has been stated here before, please vote. Vote for what you think is going to be the best for our long-term economic and environmental sustainability of our country, for our health, safety, and welfare of our citizens, what's going to be best for our country, our state, our county, and of course, yourselves and your family. So thank you.
Thanks, George. I guess we'll go on now to consent actions, the approval of work session minutes of September 25th and October 2nd, regular meeting minutes of October 10th, 2012. Yes?
Michael, I was out sick on October 10th, so I'd like to split this motion, and I would make a motion to approve the work session minutes of September 25th and October 2nd.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Michael, I'd like to make a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of October 10th, 2012.
Okay. Is there a second?
And I'll abstain from that, I was out.
Okay. Any further, is there a second? Did I hear a second?
I was not there as well. I mean, I think I can second for the discussion's sake, but I will be
I'll
abstaining.
second it, I'll second it.
Okay.
And this is, I think we can vote on this even though we weren't present.
Yes, you can.
So feel free to vote, ladies and gentlemen. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That's good. You can still.
Just so we have a quorum
Okay.
when there's...
It's okay. I mean,
Okay.
as long as you reviewed the minutes
Yeah.
and they seem right to you, it's good enough. So now we have a resolution appointing citizen board members. Jack, do you want to read that?
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, appointing citizen board members. And as it is our honor to always read their names, I will do that in the position. Steve Stunda, Housing Authority, a regular member. Peg McGavock, Senior Services, regular member. This is her first term. And Lori Moore, Senior Services, a regular member. This is also her first term.
Is there a second to that?
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. The next item are consent items. First reading set for public hearing on November 14th. This is a resolution accepting a grant offer from the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. It says Jack Wheeler. I don't see Jack in the audience.
I am not seeing Jack either. This is a grant that was applied for through rent funds. The application was made to CORE. These dollars were anticipated in our capital plan and our capital budget at $100,000. We were granted an amount slightly above that. The board also had an opportunity to review this grant request when all of the REMP grants came in front of the board for review throughout the community. I can go through and talk about what the grant funds will be utilized for, Michael, or at the board's pleasure can answer.
That'd be great.
questions.
I think the public would like to know.
Okay. So the grant will be used towards the following projects: centralized high-efficiency boiler plant to heat the courthouse and jail with capacity to handle both the capacity to handle the courthouse plaza in the future. Energy monitoring system, upgraded, we have an acronym here, BAS system in the courthouse. I'll explain that in a second. It's a monitoring system. I actually cannot recall what that acronym stands for. I apologize. I need Jack here for that.
Building Automation Systems.
Thank you, thank you, Jack. A building automation system.
I have a tough one with acronyms too.
In the courthouse, plaza, jail, and health and human services buildings. Connected to that will be an energy monitoring system, so we can track future energy efficiencies in the upgraded systems. And as we talked about briefly in the budget yesterday, that will be tied to a web page that will eventually be made available to the public as well as the organization to track energy savings. Water conservation measures, which include changing out old fixtures to new high-efficiency fixtures, and lighting conservation measures. And all of these are projects that we anticipated when we did our energy audit. We've been doing a number of improvements. This $119,000 represents a small but important portion of those overall projects.
Any questions for John? None? Is there a motion? Yes, Jack?
I'd like to move to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, accepting a grant offer from the Community Office of Resource Efficiency, otherwise known as the acronym for CORE. And a brief comment here.
Second.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be part of an organization that supports the type of programs that are, for example, John gave an example of the many things that this organization does for our community. As we all know, we need to save energy, not only for dollars, but for the carbon footprint that is created. And there's give and take in this program, so we understand that, but there are many, many benefits spread out throughout Pickens County and the Valley, and CORE has been a very successful organization. I think going back, Rachel, you might help me, is it Bill Sterling's term as mayor?
There were predecessors such as Energy 2000, but CORE was created around the same time as the REMP program, and that was the late 90s, early 2000.
Yeah, and hats off to all those who had the innovation to create something where it's going to help all of us at the end of the day in many different factors of our life.
And Rachel seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The next item is a consent public hearing, second reading. The first item is an ordinance amending Title IX, Roads and Public Places of the Pickens County Code by adding a new section, 9.08, titled Address Standards. And Ginny Boltman, Bruce Romero, Cindy Huben, and this is to be continued to November 14th. Is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
And before I call for a vote, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to talk about this item at this time? This is the address standards for Pickens County. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this, and no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So that's for November 14th. The next item is an ordinance accepting a conservation easement and conveyance of climbing areas on Red Butte Ranch subdivision. Barb Dautrichet is supposed to be here. Instead, Dale Will is here. Dale, what is this climbing easement? Or conservation easement?
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, Barb is out in Moab, since I'm a pretty nice boss sometimes. I'm happy to be here in her stead. What we have here is really the result of collaboration between the Open Space and Trails Department as well as the Community Development Department and the Hurst family. As many of you may remember, several years ago, modification of the approvals that the Stein family had obtained on the old Stein Ranch was approved, and as part of that, there was an agreement that certain lands would be conveyed into our Open Space and Trails program. And let's see. We are finally in a position to do it. Now, typically what I have is a map for these discussions, but as I was racing over here, I couldn't find one, but with the position you approved yesterday, that will not happen again. So what I have instead is a photograph of Gold Butte, and this is an area that has been very significant in the lives of a lot of climbers in our community, in particular Bob Wade and Lou Dawson have spoken up in behalf of this. Tommy Moore just told me that his son has been kicked off of it several times. But in any event, a lot of climbers learned their trade right here, and it's not far from here. You can see it out of the upstairs of the Plaza building, actually. And this is one of the pieces of property that will be conveyed to us as a result of the ordinance that you have in front of you. It's taken a little while to reach an agreement with all the the nits and nats in the deed between what the Hearst family wanted and what Open Space and Trails wanted. You know, that's a challenging combination of entities to satisfy, but we did. So I would recommend that you approve this ordinance. This Gold Butte will become owned by our public, and our team of management, planning, and recreation planning staff can get to work in adopting a plan for how the public will be able to enjoy it. For rock climbing, there's a couple of other pieces of property that are also included in the conveyance. They're illustrated in the map that is in your packet, and include the rather sort of off-named Sewer Falls ice climbing area, as well as a conservation easement.
Thank you, Dale. Any questions for Dale? George?
I'll just make a comment. As Dale mentioned, this came about through a discussion with the Board of County Commissioners and the landowner in terms of changing and adjusting an existing land use approval. And typically, the board does not grant those without really looking at the full scope of what that would mean, not only to that land use, but what is the community benefit behind doing that. And in this case, I felt very strongly that we had a substantial community benefit, and that was to be able to reopen a historic climbing area of Gold Butte. And I think this is a great asset for the community, and I think it will be well enjoyed by young and old. So I want to thank the Open Space and Trails Program, the Hearst family, the Board of County Commissioners for initially supporting this. It was just seems like a long 3 years in coming, but we finally got this accomplished. And I want to thank those involved in getting this to move forward.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I'd add to the thanks to the Hearst family. They got their change in the land use approval through a fair process, and they earned their approval. These couple things, the ice climbing and the Gold Butte area, were thrown in as a public benefit, and this is great. I think after I retire as a commissioner, I'll be able to climb illegally over here. That's pretty neat. Because I think we did that illegally in the past.
Rachel?
Thank you. I would echo the comments that my colleagues have made, and I realize this is not necessarily something for Dale, but in terms of the larger rezoning, I would love to see us also check in on how some of those other conditions of approval are being exercised. Two of those things were particularly a revegetation of the sagebrush area that was going to be restored to its, rather than the home sites being there, it was going to be restored as a sagebrush natural area. And then the second is there was going to be an allowance to let some of the corner of the meadow next to the Deer Hill begin to regrow with native vegetation, so that there would be more of an access corridor and a kind of a safety zone for the wildlife that use that area. So I see our staff taking notes on that, and we'll just kind of check in, see how that is starting to proceed as well. So again, thanks, and I will be supporting this.
I'm going to make a comment too. I think that, although I appreciate the Hearst gifts on this, it didn't quite work right. That we should have to wait 3 years after an approval to work out the arrangement to get it is either something is lacking in our approval process. And I think what we should be, my preference would be to link these kind of things to final approval that we give the applicant. In other words, these representations of easements shouldn't take 3 years to achieve. They should be done as soon as the applicant is willing to give them then their application should become effective. And it's an impediment to this process if we don't get it done in an expedited manner. So I think it's incumbent upon the county to change their approval process when we get grants like this. I deeply appreciate it, but probably 3 years is too long to wait for this. So, George, you had some
Oh, I'd like to make a motion if you're ready.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance accepting a conservation easement and conveyance of climbing areas on Red Butte Ranch subdivision.
Is there a second?
I will second for public comment.
Yeah, this is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to make a comment at this point? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to vote against it on the principles that I've expressed previously. The next item is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of the Canaan parcel. And Barb also was supposed to be here, but she's not.
And she's still in Moab.
She's still in Moab.
She might experience the first snow of the year over there.
So Dale, do you want to tell us what the Canaan parcel is?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Barb has worked very hard to put this acquisition together, and what we're looking at, map that's up on the screen, is the Wingo Junction area where the Roaring Fork River crosses underneath Highway 82. And when the enhancements to the Highway 82 were done, that was back in the good old days when CDOT would actually throw in some recreational features through their NEPA process when they were building larger state highways. And one such improvement that happened here was a boat ramp, and you can just see it in this brown shaded area that belongs to BLM. A boat ramp was built by the Highway Department and is now administered by the BLM. And it has become increasingly popular over time. Not only is it the takeout for the run from Woody Creek through the Toothache and down to this point, but the downstream rafting here has become increasingly popular as well, particularly with intermediate boaters. And someday I'm hoping that the bypass bridge in Basalt will be modified to allow a safer passage underneath, and if that ever happens, then this put-in will become even more popular than it is now. On a busy summer, we are estimating, based on our administration of the commercial permits, 7,000 people may flow through this little strip of concrete in and out of the river. Now, one problem we have down there is that when those folks get on or get off the river, they stand around on the edge of the highway because there's not a lot of land to stand on there. And the proposed acquisition that we have keyed up here would give much more breathing room to people trying to get in and out of the river there. The property is that outlined in red. To purchase this, we would have to utilize our subdivision exemption process to take a few acres off of the corner of this parcel. We've reached an agreement with the landowner to purchase this for $50,000, which is a pretty modest amount as open space purchases go. At first reading, I understand some questions were raised about what's our projected cost on facilities and maintenance there. And I don't have hard numbers there, but we have been in discussion with the river outfitters who have guaranteed us that they will participate in both the planning and the improvements that may go there. My prediction is that we're really talking about things like a few picnic tables. So I don't think that it's going to be a site that's going to see any kind of extensive development. But for the time being, it can be as is without a lot of investment on our part until we come to a better understanding of what sort of facilities may ultimately belong there. With all that, I take any questions, and I recommend and pass along the recommendation of the open space trustees that you approve this ordinance authorizing this transaction.
Commissioners, any questions? Yes,
I have
George?
a question, Dale. Who maintains it now, and then who will maintain in the future, and how will that get budgeted?
As I alluded to, we have an interagency agreement with the BLM. You can see on the map that the BLM owns that little corner there between the highway and the river. They have asked us to administer the commercial use activities there because we are already permitting the same entities who are putting in at Jaffe Park and maybe to a lesser extent at Gervasdale. So that's a nominal cost to us because it doesn't really require a lot more than we're already needing to do at Jaffe Park. The actual facilities there haven't needed any maintenance. There's a hardened boat ramp that's serving pretty well. It's narrow, but it hasn't needed any repair. It's owned, I would guess these days, by the BLM, although it was initially constructed by the Highway Department. Now, the BLM is always challenged with the maintenance of facilities in our valley, and there may come a time when the Open Space and Trails Department is interested in suggesting things that might not otherwise be in the federal budget, and if we come to that, we'll have to have those discussions with all of you. But for the meantime, the county is providing the administration, the BLM is providing the facility.
So there's no need for, or is there currently a way to address trash or a need for porta potties there?
The porta potties are maintained by the commercial operators down there, so that's not something we're currently providing or paying for. And again, the commercial operators have been doing a pretty good job with trash down there. They want their facilities to look nice, and their customer base depends on doing a good job with that sort of maintenance. So other than our rangers stopping in from time to time just to look in on things, we haven't had to spend much for our part of making this thing work.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Rachel?
Well, just following up on George's comment and thinking in advance of next season's permitting for the rafting operators, commercial operators, I think it'd be good to be fairly explicit about their responsibilities along the lines of trash removal and things like that, and so that we have more than just kind of a good faith working agreement. It has been a good agreement so far, but I think that might be an important lever for open space and trails to have as we're adding this acquisition.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'd like to take a moment and thank Mr. Ron Kanan for this, because it's not only about convenience of the recreationalists, but it's very important for the safety. We all have driven by when there's just rafts and vehicles and people all over the place. So this is, though it's a small purchase, it's a big benefit for our community, and so thank you again, Mr. Kanan.
This is a public hearing. Are the members of the public who would like to address this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment on this item. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion. I'll make a motion for an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of the Keenan parcel.
I'd like to second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next item is an ordinance approving the purchase of Columbines at Elk Run, Unit 603 for Pickens County Employee Housing Inventory, and authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents. John Redmond, Brian Pettit, and John Peacock. Are they also in Moab?
You got the third string today, Michael, according to the order of the memo. We're here on second reading to authorize the purchase of 603 Wren Court. It is in basalt. You can see this is Two Rivers Road here. The unit is right in here. It is a 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath, 1,992 square foot townhome. The purchase price that we have negotiated is $342,000. We have gone through the due diligence on inspections and appraisals. The purchase price is coming in under appraisal. It appraised at $355,000, so we're good there. We did have a number of minor issues in the inspection report that we are working with the property owner on at this time. There are a couple of items that they will be repairing, and we're negotiating a credit on the balance of the items that would come at closing. The closing right now under the contract would occur on November 12th. As you can see, there are a couple of changes to the ordinance. One is the addition of a recital to reflect that the acquisition will be paid from the county's Employee Housing Impact Fund. And the other is the deletion of the provision in the proposed ordinance that the unit would be made available for deed restriction, sale, or rental to occupants qualified under the Pickens County Housing Authority's guidelines for occupancy of deed restricted employee housing. The idea being that we're going to have a future work session to talk about the specific use of the properties. Which brings me to the questions that the board had. There I think were really two main questions that we spent a little bit of time talking about. One was the number of parking spaces, and you'll notice that there's still a discrepancy between your memo and the contract. We have confirmed that there are 2 assigned parking spaces. We are working on an amendment to the contract, which is basically a Scrivener's error. I'll be able to sign on that. So there are 2 assigned parking spaces associated with the property. And again, that's just us now working through that Scrivener's error with the broker and our broker. The other question really had to do with the use of the property. And as we discussed yesterday, we've set aside some time on our November 7th work session in the morning to have a more detailed discussion about that. I will say that you can expect in staff's recommendations that we will continue to recommend the policy that I think has been the policy of the boards for some years now, that the fund would be used both to support housing for the community as well as housing for county employees in the organization. We are currently in the process of various stages of negotiating on 3 properties, this being the first of the 3. 2 are located in Basalt, 1 is in the urban growth boundary of Aspen. I think some of the other things you can expect to see in our recommendations is that 1 of the 2 properties in Basalt be retained for use by county employees, and we believe with very good reason we'll be able to fill that unit very quickly. And then look at the other 2 properties, assume we're successful in bringing those to completion, like we hopefully will bring this one to completion today, into the community housing program. You can also expect that our recommendations would be that the properties, whether they come to use for county employees or the community, would be offered on the same basis, those being the APSA guidelines as they relate to income categories, rental payments. Which brings me to the third point. You can also expect that our recommendations would include that the county retain ownership of these properties, that these properties be offered as rental units, and that we not specifically deed restrict the properties, but leave ourselves with the flexibility both to offer those units at what is considered the most needed categories at the time, and working with APSHA. And it also allows us flexibility should we want to liquidate these properties in the future for whatever reason, that those could be liquidated and those funds returned back to the housing fund to be used for other capacity. With that, I believe the ordinance has been redlined with the changes that were recommended by Jack at our last meeting, and that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Board? Jack?
Yeah, I think this is a very positive step forward. I think we, the board and staff, along with, of course, hiring a professional, very professional real estate broker, have worked very hard to understand what the market is and the variable pricing, etc. And it's taking us, at least my sense as a commissioner, a good while to do this, but we stepped cautiously and now have a program where we can proceed and make reasonable offers and make sure we pay. And we've been on this one, for example, we're paying less than market value, appraised value. That's a positive. So I'm very pleased to see us moving forward using the mitigation funds that we have collected over the years. I agree with the concept of housing for both the organization and the community. At this point, I wouldn't mind, because if this is a unit that there might be immediate use for, I wouldn't mind it being used for a specific purpose, with the understanding and guarantee then if we buy these other three properties, then we'll have a discussion how those are allocated. Because we as a policy, and we really had set a 50-50 number, it seems fair if we buy 4, 2 should be 2, but there might be a greater need in the community. We've got to understand that. So I wouldn't exactly tie my hands for the first one, but I would tie my hands for the others that we hope to bring under the fold. Certainly rental, absolutely. Flexibility. All of a sudden, 5 years from now, the sitting board might decide to liquidate because we have an opportunity to partner out there in the community, and it makes a great sense that if this asset could actually grow beyond a single unit, that's for the future. So I'm very much in support of this, very much appreciative of the due diligence that went into purchase this, because that's the earmark of doing our homework and proceeding cautiously, which I certainly agree with. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion? Jack?
I'll make it.
I'm sorry. We'll just do the motion, and we won't call the question. So Jack,
yes,
I'd
like to move to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving the purchase of Columbines at Elk Run, Unit 603, for the Pitkin County Employee Housing Inventory, and authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents.
Second.
So I'll call for public comment at this time on this subject. If you'll just use the microphone that's available. That microphone doesn't amplify, just gets your voice on our broadcast. And so just please identify yourself, sir.
Yes, my name is Michael Stern. I reside in Elk Run in an adjoining condominium project, and I kind of read with some surprise of this a couple weeks ago and made a note on my calendar to be here to hopefully ask a couple of questions. So bear with me for a minute. I do have a couple. Have you done your diligence yet on the association matters that are part of the contract?
Yeah, we have looked at the association budget, their capital reserve process.
Have you looked at their rules?
And we've looked at their rules, that there are no short-term rentals.
Okay,
Yeah.
and this is a single-family dwelling?
Yes.
Okay, because I think it is the concern of owners in that complex, I don't know if any are here, owners in our complex, which is adjoining, that you're going to turn these into Pitkin County flop houses. And this is a ski town. There's a long history of that. And you need to know going into that at least in this development, and I think our rules are similar, that this is destined to be single-family use.
Yeah, and you know, under the APSHA, okay, and thank you for bringing that up, and we had not addressed that, but when we put this into the rental pool, we will obviously be honoring those HOA guidelines, and so this would go into the way APSHA works is there's categories where, you know, the rents are set by income and number of dependents, and so we'd anticipate that this is going to, you know, a
Does the
single
county
family.
subsidize those levels? Is that?
Well, you know, that's a interesting question on this one, actually. This would require a subsidy at a category 1, which is the lowest category, okay, which is, for this unit would be about an $800 a month rental. But once you start to get up to what's called category 2, you know, where incomes are, I'd need to get on my computer, but I believe it's around $69,000 a year. Actually, there is no long-term subsidy that we'd anticipate doing the net present value calculations. So, but I think you can rest assured that you're not going to have multiple renters in for seasonal rentals and this kind of
Well,
unit.
it should also be a concern for the county because it limits your prospective rental pool. You don't simply run an ad for 3 bedrooms to fill.
No, that's correct.
And fill those bedrooms. And that association has rules. Town of Basalt has rules. And it should influence your thinking as to the properties that you're purchasing and whether they can be financially successful or not.
And we certainly have done that sort of due diligence. This is a unit that either for our own employees, so not multiple employees, but you know, employee with a family would be appropriate. And it would also be appropriate, we sat down with APSHA, the Aspen-Pitkin County Housing Authority, to review the units that we're looking at, whether they would be able to market those under the restrictions that you're talking about, and for this particular type of unit. And they've absolutely identified that these are attractive units.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Are there any other public comments at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and come back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes, George?
Yeah, with all due respect, I would not characterize this purchase or any purchases that APSHA is involved with as flop houses. These are units that need to be purchased, rented out, sold to continue to enable us to have a workforce in the Upper Valley. And without that housing that we're subsidizing community is subsidizing through various variations, we would not be able to have the workforce that we need to continue to drive our economy forward.
No, we're not gonna get into a dialogue. That's just not our forum. But let me express, sir, that at any time you have concerns about what the county is doing, you don't have to wait till a public session. You can either contact the commissioners or you can contact our staff and have as thorough a conversation as you'd like with our staff and do your own investigation before these hearings. So feel free to do that at any time. So there is a motion and a second. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, a comment. And we always appreciate feedback. And of course, I respectfully would disagree with maybe the terminology, but the intent, and making sure that we did our due diligence about the homeowner association rules and regulation. All that's very positive, and I appreciate it as an individual commissioner, just to bring it up to make sure the question was asked in public. It's important that we live as good neighbors as you all expect us to do, and am confident that that will occur.
So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item are land use consent public hearings. We have a number of them. I would just characterize them as the WCCP, which is the Woody Creek Community School. And they have been, both those, item 1 and 2, have been continued to 11/14/12. Is there a motion to continue those two?
I'll make the motion to do that, to continue.
I'll second under land use consent public hearings. Second, items 1 and 2 to be continued to 11/14/2000.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next item is land use public hearings. This is item 3, Anthony's Brown Constrained Site TDR designation to historic register and historic incentives. This has been continued from 9/12. John, where's John Peacock?
He went outside with that.
Okay, Suzanne, you can close that computer and.
Actually, I'm going to put something on. So.
Okay, you're going to put something on yourself. Okay, Suzanne, are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'll apologize for my sound, but it's what I got for now. So this is a continued hearing.
Is there a microphone on your table?
Yes.
Okay, it's over there.
Yep.
Sorry.
It's blinking at me. So, this is a continued hearing for the Anthony's Brown request for constrained site TDRs. We've had a number of hearings on this as well as a site visit. Last time we met, or since we last met, I guess I should say, we did obtain additional information from the Archaeological Conservancy, as well as the state archaeologist regarding this site. I guess maybe I should back up and add the couple of sentences as to why they're asking for the TDRs, which in this case is obtaining TDRs in exchange to sever development rights But this is an archaeological site, or an identified archaeological site, essentially prehistory, approximately 8,000 years, dating back 8,000 years approximately. And so the request had been made to issue TDRs to preserve this site. So again, the additional information we've received from the Archaeological Conservancy and the state archaeologist support the protection of this site. They feel there are various aspects of the site that make it important to protect. 8,000 years of repeated use and occupation that appears to be undisturbed and intact, which makes the site scientifically significant. And in addition, the presence of tools and manufacturing debris produced from non-local materials, coupled with the site's high altitude setting and location, indicates a very specialized land use patterning that has not been adequately documented anywhere else in Colorado. That's from the Archaeological Conservancy. The state archaeologist also found significance in the site, given the high mountainous setting, the rarity of the type of site in the Colorado mountains, the high density and diversity of flaked stone artifacts, with tool types from distinct periods and diverse materials, which shows repeated use of the site over a span of many thousands of years, and the potential for further study of our prehistory and as an educational resource. So obviously we're getting a lot of support for the protection of this site. The Archaeological Conservancy did draft a cultural resource management plan, the idea being that that would define how the site could be used and interpreted in the future in terms of educational use, as well as any future, if anyone was actually to go out and pursue any form of a dig on that site. Those types of issues would all be addressed in this management plan. But I think for the short version, in terms of the TDRs, given the strong support that we now have from both the Archaeological Conservancy, the state archaeologist, staff is supporting the request for the 2 TDRs as an incentive for preservation of this archaeological site, subject to the following, which would be recordation of a conservation easement and the associated cultural resource management plan, which would run to the benefit of the Archaeological Conservancy in Pitkin County. That conservation easement would need to be reviewed and accepted by the Board of County Commissioners by ordinance. So there would be a further step in this process to finally approve that easement. The management plan will essentially be an attachment to that easement. So at that, you would be reviewing those documents concurrently, the easement as well as the associated management plan. So our recommendation is that you could grant approval for issuance of the TDRs today, but the actual issuance of those TDRs would occur once you have reviewed and approved the conservation easement, and then that conservation easement is recorded. So I think there is a further step in this process, but that I think today we could at least come to closure on this being an appropriate site for preservation and the issuance of TDRs.
Thank you, Suzanne. Questions for staff? George?
I've got a couple of questions. The Archaeological Conservancy recommended that this should be a site that should be preserved. Do they have any grants or any funds that they utilize for protection of some of these historic sites, archaeological sites?
I would defer to Dale on that question, since he's been working with them directly.
Thanks, George, and that's a great question. I did pursue that.
We have to come up to the microphone in this room.
Join us.
Thanks, George. I did pursue that with the Archaeological Conservancy. They are a nonprofit 501c3 that is, they have locations around the country, and their closest office is in Albuquerque. They sent their Southwest director up here to look at the site, and that's what generated the letter that you now have in your packet. The way they go about funding preservation efforts is through capital campaigns, similar to what we had done on the mountain park. They currently have 2 of those going in Colorado. There's one for the preservation of a petroglyph site near Montrose, and one for the preservation of the remains of a a Paleo Indian village near Pueblo. They're not in a position to focus on this site in the near term because they don't want to dilute the impact of the two Colorado efforts they already have going. They indicated that they might be able to raise some money a year from now, and I had discussions with them as well as Mr. Brown, and due to the timing and the relatively small amount of funding that they would predict they could come up with, we determined that that wasn't really a viable route given the needs of the landowner here and the potential timing of trying to get those funds. Now what they have done, and this is quite useful for us, is they have agreed that they would co-hold this conservation easement. They typically won't do that unless there's some funding coming their direction, but in this case I persuaded them that where Pitkin County could serve as a backstop to make sure that the basic terms of the easement were complied with, that their involvement would be limited to really the archaeological part of this in evaluating potential activities on the ground or any proposed amendments or special uses on the site. So to that extent, I think we've really gotten the best that we can hope for from the Archaeological Conservancy, but I'm also grateful that they as an organization are willing to come up here on their own nickel, do the thinking that you saw that Suzanne quoted, and they're quite excited about being a partner on an ongoing basis and thinking about the significance of this site and how best to interpret it.
Thanks, Dave. I'll follow up with some questions. When we originally tabled this, we tabled this to allow time for the applicant to come before us with a management plan. And in the application, I see sort of a start of a management plan, but it doesn't really get into the details, and I have some specific questions as well. So would I address that to you, Suzanne, or?
I'd say try your questions and then we'll see who jumps.
One of the key components, as I read through this application of the management plan, was to identify and appoint a land manager. Who might that be? Is that county staff? Is that open space? Who would that be?
Based on my conversations with the Archaeological Conservancy, I think we're probably looking at a partnership there. We can't train ourselves to become as expert in this type of a resource as they already are. So some of this discussion is still in sort of the creative part of it, but my anticipation is that we'll plug their expertise in with our presence on the ground, and with communications being what they are today with emails and so on, manage this really as a partnership on our side of it, and with the continuing interest that Mr. Brown has in the protection of these kinds of resources.
Because some of the roles and responsibilities that were identified by that land manager would be to do volunteer training for people who would be taking tours up there, to determine and permit use of this area as well. So I just wonder how that is going to be coordinated so that this site would be readily available to the public.
Yeah. You know, some of these details we don't have done, and the decision that Suzanne and I made to recommend conceptual approval with ultimate conveyance of the TDRs tied to identifying all of those details that you've just described, and a lot more as well. Frankly, knowing that the basic financing is available gives us an incentive to go ahead and solve those problems, and we would certainly want to come back to you and make sure that the solutions that we work out with Mr. Brown and the other nonprofit partner are things that are acceptable. But I can't really explain all the details because we just haven't gotten there yet. I liken this to a real estate contract with an appraisal contingency, where sometimes you kind of need to know that you've got your basic financing locked in order to keep everyone going, to work through the rest of the due diligence to come up with the answers about the specifics. And of course, you don't close the contract until everyone is satisfied with all of those details.
And so, one other question. So as part of those details, some of the suggestions was that there would be need for some fencing around this area to protect it. There was also mentioned that perhaps you would need to have an erosion engineer come up to look at that. So again, who would be paying those costs?
Well, and we haven't completed those discussions. We've touched on it briefly with Mr. Brown, but due to everyone else, everyone involved having lots of things going on, we haven't tried to reduce every one of those things to an agreement. On the fencing particularly, the Archaeological Conservancy's view of it is that you have to have some sort of a boundary delineated so that anyone that would be tempted to trespass has to do that deliberately and knowingly, but no one is thinking that we can use a fence to stop someone who's got someone with bad intentions from getting in there. You really can't. So with the idea being that we just want everyone to know where the site, where you're entering the part of this property that you really shouldn't be in. The exact nature of the fencing is something that's whether it's a single rail that you can step over or a 10-foot high, those kinds of discussions we really haven't completed, but certainly between all of the players, some of those more, what I would think of as marginal costs, I'm confident we'll come up with answers that are acceptable once we know what our design is and some of the specific design of the infrastructure that we want there.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I did note, as well as George was alluding to, the discussion about fencing. I really appreciate your explanation of what their intent is, because the recommendation in the draft plan is a 5-string barbed wire fence. And I was going to ask, how consistent is that with our wildlife fencing code? So I want to make sure that whatever comes forward passes those other wildlife and habitat standards as well.
Any further questions for the staff? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, thank you. I think as an idea, concept, this is positive. I mean, archaeological preservation is an important thing to understand, all the pieces of prehistory and all of that. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we know what we're getting into. And I'd like to pose a question to the county attorney. Chris, as this evolves, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with having read the management plan, and how connected you are to all of this, but the general question is, how much a player can our open space program be in what amounts to, in my mind, the management of this site? I mean, I know it's with the Archaeological Conservancy, but there's the other piece, which is Pitkin County. We don't have any precedent for this to my knowledge, in archaeological sites. So is it something in general that the county attorney's office would feel that we can proceed under and spend public monies? Because staff time is public money, and et cetera, et cetera.
To manage
This site, this will be
open space funds.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Good, thank you. So that gets past number one question. The second thing is, Dale, who will be responsible for installing the perimeter fence, the gate, and locks? And again, can understand the cooperative effort, but where's the money coming from?
Well, again, I don't have a specific answer to that. In the conversations that we've had, Suzanne and I have sat down with Mr. Brown, and there is a very sort of problem-solving spirit in terms of a lot of those details. I think once we go through this management plan, we're going to see a lot of things that we're going to need to pin down. Frankly, the management plan that's in the packet was drafted for us by the Archaeological Conservancy and really was not reviewed or vetted. It's simply a starting point of placeholders of the kinds of things that they think that we ought to figure out. But I would have a much better answer to your question prior to us asking for the certification of these TDRs and your acceptance of the conservation easement.
Okay, and that will be another public process when you come before us or representatives of open space?
Exactly. It's the exact process we just went through in regard to Gold Butte, where you get all the details in the package and you bring it back for acceptance.
Yeah, and good. It also, within the this management plan, talks about trained site stewards, tour guides. Do you have an agreement with the Archaeological Conservancy that they will be a player in that? I don't think we have much background in doing that.
One of the things we really need to figure out with this site is just how much public exposure we want to have up there. And the reason I'm concerned about it is because these artifacts are quite vulnerable on the ground now. I asked, this is a little bit of a tangent, but I asked the state archaeologist's office if there's an illicit trade in these kinds of things, like there is in endangered species parts. And they said, well, there's a pretty good understanding among archaeologists that you just don't buy things like that on the black market, but the archaeologists themselves tend to like to have their own private collections of these things. And a lot of our American heritage is sitting around in people's basements and other places where it doesn't have any continuing scientific or cultural benefit to anyone. So we want to ensure that the resource that's up there stays there, and we're going to have to design an interpretive and sort of visitation program to fit that basic goal. Now, in discussions with Mr. Brown, my feeling is that he has the same interest we do, which is to maximize the public knowledge while protecting the resource. And I'm confident that we're going to be able to come up with a program that will achieve that. As far as people that are motivated to help with that, the Aspen Historic Society has indicated a strong interest to me in participating in all of this. Currently, they had their Ute exhibit going on this summer, and they had to borrow artifacts from Craig to put on that exhibit. So they're quite interested in having access to some of these things, and if not to the actual pieces themselves, to replicas of those pieces that are visually indistinguishable if they were to be on display over here in town. So I'm confident that we're going to find a way to do this that's going to work, and that we're going to be able to plug in nonprofits and volunteers to help us with it.
Good, because I think I clearly share the goals of the property owner, the Archaeological Conservancy, staff, that this site be preserved, but also there's got to be a link, and that's my question about tour guides and site stewards, a link that allows the public to benefit from this. As a passive site to protect it across the street from the property owner doesn't do it for me. We've got to be more proactive in getting this understood as a public access, absolutely managed and controlled. So under those conditions, I can be supportive. I am very concerned about what this means because we haven't taken a bite of this apple in my presence here on the board. what this does mean as far as cost to the county, et cetera. And I want staff to be very transparent with us, the board, and the structure within, going all the way to the manager about the challenges we face to make this both safe, preserved, and accessible, and what time it takes for staff to get this done in an area we have little expertise in. I mean, you've already spent a tremendous amount of time, and you have to be complimented along the course with the property owner to get this to us, and this consultant to try to educate us, because I have to admit, my site visit, and it was very cursory because I had a doctor's appointment and I left. I could not distinguish the value, but now reading the reports from the Archaeological Conservancy, etc., and finding out there's a diversity of timelines of these artifacts, that proves to me that this is, I've finally come on board that this is a valuable site, and I can support this under very stringent conditions. One being, going back to Rachel's comment about wildlife, we've got to have a working relationship on this site with BOW, and I won't speculate what this type of fence, because this isn't a very positive fence for wildlife, but in the bigger picture and understanding the landscape, will this really detract? And we've got to ask that question, of the Division of Parks and Wildlife. I would hope it wouldn't.
Yes, Dale.
If I might, I would like to just make a brief comment about why it is that I feel so passionate about this and why I think it has a lot to do with open space and trails. We are constantly trying to figure out what our relationship is to this valley. And in the open space world, we sort of think about how do humans really relate to an environment in a sustainable way, as far as how we get around, how we eat, our recent interest in both wildlife issues, that's not recent, but more recently in local food. They all have to do essentially with the relationship between humans and this place. And there is no more profound thing I have seen in this year as far as a window into how humans have related to this valley than this little site right up here, in terms of what animals were those tools being used on? What were the native populations of things in this valley 1,000 or 5,000 years ago? And so that's why I think all of this loops back to things that are absolutely central to everything that the Open Space and Trails Department is working on.
Thanks, Dale.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank everyone for their work in pulling this together. I've used the comment, is there enough meat on the bones? And I think we're starting to get there, and I have faith that there can be the work to produce a substantial document as it comes forward for the certification of the TDRs and the conservation easement acceptance by Pickens County. I do believe that if we're accepting co-ownership of a conservation easement, that very clearly would allow us to use, and I would anticipate also very limited time of our open space and trails personnel in making sure this is well executed. The one thing I'm hoping that you will look at within this conservation plan is that there is some initial photo documentation of what is on the surface now. First to acknowledge you can have torrential rains that may move things around, or they may become covered. Other things may become uncovered, but it's important to get that original sense of it. From all of us walking around taking the visit, it's too easy to see where a chip here and a chip there could be picked up even by people on a tour without thinking about what damage cumulatively it is doing to the value of the site. And so I want to make sure that that's an important component. I would acknowledge and perhaps it should be discussed within this agreement of under what circumstances would pieces be removed, where would they be only allowed to go to certain certified repositories for public viewing or for touring or things like that. That sort of element, because I think that that's just really important. It's a challenge that it is within a private neighborhood, up a private road, and it's not a particularly accessible site. It may be that some work should go on there, that there should be at some time an approved dig to do a few pits and see how deep it goes and what else is there. But I think we need a protocol for who signs off on those, and then how and where is the repository for anything that is found. And again, just starting with a photo documentation of what's there now. This is wonderful to work with the applicant who's brought it forward, but the action we're likely to take is something that goes forward in perpetuity. And so it goes forward from owner to owner. And I don't want to end up in a situation with an owner 2 or 3 turns down the line, whether it's 50 years from now or 100, who doesn't fully understand the provisions of the conservation easement that goes with the property they may be buying. So that's where photographing and documenting along the way is going to be very important to ensure the integrity of the site. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Sure, it won't be much of a presentation. Yeah, for the record, Mitch Haas, Land Planning, here with David Brown, the applicant, owner of the property. The primary thing I want to say today is to recognize and thank Suzanne and Dale for the efforts they put in. Suzanne first kept an open mind, been willing to adapt as this process and as we've learned more and more about this property and the resource that is here. Frankly, when we came in, we knew we had an archaeological site, but I don't think we understood exactly what we were looking at here. And I want to thank Dale for taking such an incredibly keen interest in this property and really running with this. He's gone more than the extra mile here. This is, as I've told you before, this is an applicant that does not have the resources that a lot of the applicants that come before Pickens County often do, and maybe would not have been able to go the distance that Dale has taken this without his interest and effort that he's put in. And that effort has led us to find out just how valuable a resource we really have here. None of us knew, we knew that we had artifacts. None of us knew we had 8,000 years worth of artifacts sitting here from 3 different epochs of archaeological time, all represented in one place. From off-site locations from other states, materials that don't occur here, but have obviously been brought here. We didn't know what we were looking at. And, we thought we knew we had something. We knew we had a site that probably shouldn't be developed or destroyed. But now I think it's very clear that this is a true resource, probably, if not absolutely unique, very much so, close to unique. And one that clearly should not be developed on. This site would be ruined and this history would likely be lost forever. So yes, I'm glad we've continued these hearings to find out what we've learned. And now I think we've reached a point where we've gone over this sort of boilerplate management plan. I think we just need to dot some I's and cross some T's. At this point, I don't think there's a major amount of work to be done there, but there is work to be done. And to put a conservation easement in place, there is also more work to be done. And all of these things come with costs, and so we were stuck in a position of, can this property owner take on those costs without knowing that at the end of doing so, there are 2 TDRs in place to be able to use to recoup. That's why we're happy we got to a place where we have a condition that we do that effort before the TDRs are issued, but with the understanding that it's already approved that there will be 2 TDRs if that effort is done to your satisfaction. So we didn't want a condition saying, go through this, document it, come up with a management plan, bring us a conservation easement, and then we'll decide whether we're going to give you 2 TDRs for it. So I think we've reached a very reasonable place that hopefully everybody's happy with and knows that there are still those I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, but at the end of the road, we've reached agreement what happens if that occurs successfully. So other than that, I know David wanted to make a few comments, David Brown, the owner of the property. So I will leave it there, and again, I just wanted to again publicly recognize and thank Dale and Suzanne for their efforts.
David, just come forward. You can be seated if you'd like. You don't have to stand.
That's okay. Anyway, I'd like to thank everyone too that's helped out, with this process along the way. We realized that it was an important resource as well, and we didn't have too much time to make decisions, and we knew that we couldn't. The property was up for sale, and there had been an offer made on the property, and there were stakes in the ground for a new home site, and so we had to make quick decisions on what to do. We didn't think that we could start this process, and we would have run out of time. Anyway, I just wanted to answer a couple other questions that have come up during the discussion here. One of the people at the Archaeological Society had suggested that the long-term management plan should probably be done by somewhat of a committee, and it would involve 3 or 4 people in different areas. You might have a trained professional, you might have the King County representative, and then obviously he said it would be good if we had a representative of a landowner, and I am willing to be part of that committee. I don't feel capable or that I would have the time or the knowledge to do the whole thing by myself, but I would like to be part of the committee to do the long-term management plan at least, and maybe part of the management itself. We do, I have the unique position of living across the road, so I do have the best place to view the site and make sure, try to stop any vandalism before it starts. Another question I wanted to answer, there seemed to be quite a bit of concern about a fence, and I should have had some photographs, but what I would like to propose is there's a new product in the valley that appears to be, it looks exactly like a cedar split rail fence. It can be built to various heights, either 3 rails, 4 rails, 2 rails. I would think that we would probably want to go with a 3 rail, and it will fall within the guidelines of Pickens County fencing, and it's compatible with wildlife, but at the same time it would keep cattle out. There have been cattle on the site, not this year, but in the past. That's how we found it originally. So I think that would be, it's a very attractive fence, but it's actually made of concrete, colored concrete, and so the thing that's different from that than the cedar is it's forever and it's fireproof. And we're also contemplating using it right across the road. So I would think that maybe it would appear to an unknowing member of the public that just the 2 lots are fenced like that, and they wouldn't know the reason. They wouldn't have any encouragement to trespass there. So, without drawing attention to the site, I think it would still protect it, and that's what we're looking for. I do need to speak with some of the experts a little bit more to try to define the exact boundaries of the site, and that in turn will obviously dictate how much fencing is going to be required. We don't want to just fence part of it and leave part of it out, probably. So until that is done, I don't really know a final cost on the fencing, but I do see the fencing. My guess is we're looking at somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 initial cost, but But I do believe that this particular fence that I have in mind is a one-time cost. There was some of it in place around Colorado Springs where the big fires were this summer. And that fence was the only thing left after the fires went through. It's a pretty good testament that it lasts forever. And I would be willing to at least help, whatever, do the installation, but at the same time I would hope to have some help along the way on the initial cost, if we can work that out. So I guess that's it. The only other thing is, if we are granted the 2 TDRs, I wanted to at least ask, we've incurred quite a bit of expense thus far, in addition to the purchase price of the property, and then we do have the loan coming due in the year. I wanted to run it past you folks, see what you thought about possibly issuing one of the TDRs before all the approvals have been met, so that we would have a chance to put that on the market and see if we could recoup some of our costs or forward costs. I think you could hold the other TDR until everything was approved and finalized, and that would still be plenty of incentive for us to go ahead and complete our part of the deal. So I know it's an unusual request, but I make it.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Yes, Dale?
I have to thank David Brown for seeing the significance of this site and thinking about going this route with it. And I didn't want this discussion to go past without expressing my belief that David is the one that really saw this as something that should be preserved first. So,
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree very strongly with the thanks, and can understand your request, but I have to say that sitting from this side of the table, I look at the 2 TDRs as being the financial support for the preservation of the site. And I would not see Pitkin County having a role in fulfilling the terms of the conservation easements in terms of assisting with the cost on the fence. I've mentioned it at a previous meeting, but I think that the site has tremendous value to the public and to our community and to our history, and that's why the issuance of 2 TDRs would be appropriate. But it also, by eliminating the development on that parcel, will increase the value or accrue to the value of your existing homestead. And so I think that going with the 2 TDRs is about as far as we really can go. And then, of course, there may be staff time involved in assisting developing that conservation plan and moving it forward. I would like to take some time to think about the 2 TDRs versus issuing one early on. I can see that in the value. On the one hand, waiting for the second TDR would be a hook, certainly, but on the other hand, what do we do if it somehow falls apart before the second TDR? And that just might be a little too confusing to do it that way. So I would consider it further, and I wouldn't condition my approval on today's vote on anything like that.
Thanks, Rachel. Any other comments on the request by the applicant for Dale? You want?
Sorry, bear with me. Since we are on TV or being reported upon, let me just jump in on the question of some of these incidental costs, like the cost of this fence. Anyone that's listening out there would certainly stand to have some contributions, but I would also note we have ways of seeking help, whether it's the Aspen Ski Co-Environment Foundation or folks that are interested in history and donate to the Aspen Historic Society. I don't want to get hung up on those things because I just know that we will find help where we need it to make this thing work.
Thank you. So, and let's address, Rachel addressed the question of one TDR up front. I'm sort of ambivalent about it, but how do the rest of the commissioners feel? George?
You know, it just took us 3 years to get a conveyance of open space on the land use decision that we made. We had to chase the lawyers down and planners down, and I am no way going to support issuing preliminary TDR. It just doesn't work.
Jack?
I would agree. The overall goal is to preserve this site. There's a lot of steps between here and having it a public benefit where the public can access. So Michael and I would agree with George's comment and Michael's earlier comment very much. It took a long time to wrap up something that was pretty simple. There are a lot of challenges here to put this together, get it done right. So I agree with not coming up with an initial TDR. I have not been able to answer the question in my own mind whether it's 1 or 2 TDRs yet. And that I have another question at the pleasure of the chair that I'd like to ask, because that'll help me.
Sure. So it looks like, I just want to answer the question. Right. There is not going to be, the board does not feel that awarding a TDR, a preliminary TDR is a course of action we're willing to take. So, yes, Jack?
Yeah, Suzanne, a question on under the be it therefore resolved portion of the resolution, item number 4. Either you or Chris might weigh in on this. Says, quote, prior to conveyance of the conservation easement, the applicant may, and that's going to be my question, may be required to provide the county with a current title policy to the property and baseline documentation for the property. Well, I think all of that kind of comes together at the same time. But the question really, this may, does the may relate to the prior? Because you say prior to conveyance of the conservation easement. Now, in order to consummate the land use approval, we know that we will get title under the conservation easement. Is that correct? What's the mechanics of how this works? Because I want to be sure that the path is very clear and understood by the applicant, applicant's representatives, and our staff, and myself.
Jack, we have a county policy that gives the county attorney's office some discretion in deciding what level of due diligence will be required on a given conveyance. So the may simply refers to John Ely's discretion to determine what's needed. I have never seen him once not require a title policy and that sort of thing, where we get to the level of some of the other things like environmental assessments for toxics and that kind of thing. You can kind of see based on the site whether you need it or not, but that's simply what that refers to.
Okay, and I'm fully supportive of the policy within the organization to do that and have that discretion. At the end of the day, though, and the real question here, other than understanding what you just said, is baseline documentation of the property, and it goes back to part of what Rachel said about photographing and understanding that. How do we define baseline documentation for the property? What does that mean?
Baseline documentation is a term of art in the conservation easement world. It generally describes a process like what Rachel was suggesting, where you photo document the condition of the property on the date of the conveyance of the conservation easement so that you can judge any changes on that condition over time against your baseline. The standards and practices for how to do an adequate baseline are pretty well detailed in the conservation easement world, and the Archaeological Conservancy will be indispensable to us in helping us apply the nuances related to archaeological sites as we do that here. Paul Holsinger is trained to do those in the world of conservation easements that we know pretty well. So it's basically taking a map of the property and describing what's there now.
And, I mean, it's very hard to predict what might be identified, but will there be references to what the anyway, the professionals, some reason I'm tongue-tied here, the archaeologists have found thus far? I mean, or you just reference it as a site of 3 periods of history? To me, this is new. This is not an open space purchase. You know, so working closely with the Archaeological Conservancy is going to be important for me to come up with that baseline documentation. So that's what you've represented, and I know if you follow through.
I also think there's a start, I mean, the initial report that was provided by the consultants out of Eagle Metcalf, I think, I mean, I would assume that provides a basis to start, at least start the baseline. I mean, and I guess my question when I was working on this condition was, is that the baseline? Is that adequate at this point or not? And that's what I don't think any of us necessarily know the answer to, but I assume that would at least be a component of as we go into that next step.
Okay, so you're stating that we might not know the answer right now, but we will get that answer as the process evolves.
Before you're reviewing and finally approving the conservation easement.
Thank you, everyone.
I would just add that the letter from the Archaeological Conservancy, they point out that they had over 400 archaeological preserves in 41 states. So I imagine they have sort of a boilerplate as to what they look for in a baseline study.
Thank you.
Well, to follow up on Jack's comment, is just looking at the weather, how quickly it's going to snow, whether that snow is going to stick, things I don't know. But if the issuance of the TDRs is premised on the completeness of the plan and the conservation easement, and that needs the baseline information, and it's buried under snow, I'd hate to see this delay the activity until April, time-wise. So should this motion pass, I think it'd be very important to do whatever photography work to start to establish that baseline as soon as possible, so we don't get caught up with a weather delay, as it were.
George?
Although I would note that it's been sitting up there for 8,000 years.
Well, I know, but if we can't do the conservation easement in issuance until that baseline is there.
No, I agree with that, and I still have a problem. I think there's more to this than just dotting the i's and crossing the t's, Mitch. I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and as Dale said, we could view this as we do perhaps when we go into an open space purchase where we have a contract, but there's a lot of contingencies, and we have known that sometimes those contracts fall apart at the end because we're not able to address and meet those contingencies. So that's a real, that should be sort of a reality check for the applicant, that we could say that we may issue 2 TDRs based on these conditions, but in the end, it may or may not actually come to fruition. So I think we need to throw that out there if we're going to go this route, because I think I'm still concerned about what this management plan is going to look like, who's going to be the actual land manager. I think public access is going to be critical. If without that public access, we may just take some of these artifacts that are on the surface, and some of them probably will go to a repository and then leave it at that. So there's a lot of work in terms of my mind, what needs to be done to not only protect this site, but to make sure that this is really a public amenity as we are giving up potentially 2 TDRs for this.
Yes, Chris.
Michael, just a point to follow up on what George and Jack had both mentioned. In item 3, under the be it further resolved of the resolution, I just have a brief language substitution, which I'll hand to Suzanne. But just for the record, in paragraph 3, the second sentence says the conservation easement cultural resource management plan shall be reviewed and recommended for approval. I would just suggest that we change the shall to a must, and the same in the following sentence. The grant
Yes,
And then, Chris, wouldn't we add or change where it says, shall be reviewed and recommended for approval by the Open Space Trails Director and County Attorney? I guess my question is, where, should the BOCC be in that line as well, or is the last sentence address that in terms of the final decision? Because the Open Space and Trails always, of course, is a recommending board, and the BOCC always makes the final decision.
That's at the discretion. The language as it's currently prepared provides for the conservation easement and cultural resource management plan to be reviewed and recommended for approval by the director and the county attorney. If you'd like to add the BOCC to that, you certainly can. The grant of the easement must be finally approved by the BOCC, however. Is the cultural resource management plan incorporated into the easement? So for that purpose, I think you're covered by the law.
Is that okay, George?
So I missed that last little part you just said, that we're covered by.
Because the second sentence clearly covers the BOCC's approval authority of the conservation easement, and to the extent that the cultural resource management plan is incorporated into and made a part of the easement, then it is therefore subject to your approval pursuant to the last sentence as well.
Okay, thank you.
Jack?
And for me, I would just wordsmith very slightly. Go with the sentence that sources conservation easement cultural resource management plan shall be reviewed and recommended for approval by the Open Space and Trails Director and the county attorney, and approved and shall be finally approved by the BOCC. So I would just eliminate grant of the easement so it runs, it's all in one sentence as to the steps. Open space, county attorney, BOCC in the same sentence. So you don't have to ask the question down the road, well, did the conservation easement include the management plan? It'd be very clear. Much clearer, excuse me.
I agree. I made that change and I'll hand this to Suzanne.
If that's okay with the board.
Yeah, let's get the consensus of the board.
Fair enough.
The board, is that okay with you?
I'd like to have Chris read it back to me, because there's been 3 different changes now suggested, and
Sure.
what do you have, just did the whole paragraph 3, if you would.
Sure. There's no change to the first sentence, which says prior to issuance of the TDR certificates, the applicant shall be required to submit a conservation easement, an associated cultural resource management plan, which shall run to the benefit of the Archaeological Conservancy in Pickett County. The conservation easement and cultural resource management plan must be reviewed and recommended for approval by the Open Space and Trails Director and the county attorney, and must be finally approved by the BOCC by ordinance.
Okay. I'm supportive of that language.
Is that okay, George, Jack? A nod of heads on that change. Any other questions? Yes, Jack?
I'm not sure it's a question. I think, I guess we could talk about this for another hour, but I'm willing to agree to 2 TDRs under the condition that all these conditions are met and that recommendation is approved again by the Open Space Trails Board, Director, and the BOCC. I mean, all these tests have to be approved, pass muster to grant the TDRs, and we've already indicated there won't be any pre-granting, so let's work together, wrap this up, and move forward. And I have evolved considerably on this. I sometimes have to look at myself in the mirror, but that's why we have hearings and feedback and, you know, a discussion, because I was very hesitant initially, and I'm convinced that this can be an asset to the public in Pickett County, and therefore I'm okay with 2 TDRs under the conditions stated.
Any other comments?
Public hearing?
Oh, Mitch?
Yeah, just to be up front and while I'm here with all of you, might as well discuss this. As we've envisioned it and as we've talked about as far as the public access goes, it wouldn't be just open to public, but as the state historical department has recommended and as the Archaeological Conservancy has recommended, what we've talked about is guided, attended by the manager, public visits that are scheduled in advance, not just open for anybody to go walk up there. So that's what we have in mind, and I just want to make sure that that direction is not going to be a problem once we do fine tune exactly how it occurs, but that general direction.
Board, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further, let's see, it is a public hearing, as Rachel pointed out. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Board, is there a motion?
I would make a motion to approve the Anthony's Grounds Constrained Site, TDR's designation to Historic Register and historic incentives. As amended.
Is there a second?
May I just qualify, Rachel? The resolution just adds another term about TDRs in there. Would you maybe just clarify?
I usually just use the title on our agenda as I go.
Well, that suffices. Title on our agenda versus language? Perfect. I will second that. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
Any further discussion by the board?
Yes, and staff understands representations, questions, directions at this hearing all flow forward to make this all happen. Representations by the applicant and our need to really pin this down will make this come to a conclusion, hopefully in the near future.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Does the board want to take a break? Yes, sir.
I was just going to suggest if the board wanted to take a break, the next applicant has asked to speak with Suzanne and me about perhaps a continuance, but we need to talk a minute.
Okay, we'll give you 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Just stopping you rather than saying.
Welcome back. This is Board of County Commissioners regular meeting for October 24th, 2012. It's about 2:45, and we're at the Stein appeal of administrative decision number 55-2012. Suzanne, are you going to present this?
I'm going to present briefly, and then I'm going to let Alan kind of cover sort of more of the details. But sorry, we thought we might be continuing, so I'm a little off the back here.
We thought to relieve you of this responsibility, but
For today.
Here we are.
So I'll get myself back on track. So like I said, I'll give you the short version, and Alan will give you the extended version to save my voice. So just to orient you, the Stein parcel that we're discussing, oh, I can't point on there. Sorry, I didn't bring a pointer. But you can see it on the property. We're right near the intersection of Highway 82 and Snowmass Creek Road and Lower River Road. Just a little bit down valley as you're heading down valley on the right-hand side. And as you can see, the property is sort of triangular in shape, and it abuts the Roaring Fork River as well as Snowmass Creek, right where it flows into the Roaring Fork River. There's an existing house on the property that's shown there as the historic cabin. So does everybody, I can go up there and point if there's anything else you want me to point out. So there have been prior approvals on this property establishing a building envelope. Those were granted back in 1997 and then subsequently in 2000. That building envelope at the time under the old code complied with the 20-foot required setback off of the Roaring Fork River and Snowmass Creek, and actually exceeded that setback to a degree. But in that case, there was always an area on the property that was essentially below that historic cabin. There's a flat bench area that would accommodate, that could accommodate development, and that was intended to be an area where a new house could be built. I'll put that up because I can see. Sorry,
Yeah.
so again, here's the Snowmass Creek, the Roaring Fork, the historic cabin. So there's an area in here, and there'll be some more pictures that will show that more clearly. That's, you know, a bench above the river that's essentially a grassy lawn type area now. That area was included within the previously approved building envelope. The vested rights for that did expire, so they have come back into the process, or came back into the process, to establish an activity envelope under the current code, which then places them within the restriction of the 100-foot now setback off of the Roaring Fork River and Snowmass Creek. That 100-foot setback basically comes to about the corner of the historic cabin. So the cabin is outside of the 100-foot setback, but everything else, that entire bench that had previously been within their building envelope, would now be outside of that area. So the envelope would basically encompass the cabin out to the point as you head down valley on the property. Thanks, Alan. So basically the area that's directly adjacent to the highway from the point where the historic cabin is. So given the provisions of the code, that is the only envelope that we could approve. The applicant had discussed in the application the potential to reduce that, but given that there is adequate area outside of the 100-foot setback to develop, we could not look at the provisions in the code that allow a reduction in that setback. So the community development director approved an envelope that complied with the 100-foot stream setback. The applicant has appealed that decision, and that is what is in front of you today. Like I said, I think I'm going to let Alan then sort of take on the burden of walking you through the rest of the pieces, and then if I need to chime in at the end of that, I will.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Alan, would you introduce yourself, please? Or do you have a question?
I have a question. So, when you said that Suzanne, that the applicant is appealing the decision by community development director, so Chris, can you just refresh my memory in terms of how we make a determination based on an appeal?
Yeah, it's a deferential standard of review under section 2.1.
Real loud.
You have a deferential standard of review when you hear an appeal. So you're not considering the matter to know.
And there's, I forget, there's 2 or 3 criteria that we need to make sure that they haven't been those.
Abuse of discretion,
Yeah, that have not been agreed.
obvious error.
Do you have a good answer?
Use discretion, seeks jurisdiction, and due process.
Right.
Yeah, well, now,
I'll let my attorney do it.
yes, thank you.
It's 220-180G criteria. An appeal is not a de novo consideration of the merits of the development application that gave rise to it. The appeal body shall only reverse, modify, or remand the decision on appeal if it finds that there has been a clear and demonstrable error, abuse of discretion, or denial of procedural due process in the application of the facts in the record to the standards of this land use code.
Is that sufficient for you, George?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Rachel?
Well, just a comment. I think that when these appeals come to us, that should be within our introduction memo, those standards, just, you know, as a refresher in the future instance. But I do have a question for Suzanne. Just looking at this map, number of other single-family homes outside of this parcel, and they're smaller, modest homes, if they were to redevelop and want to come in for a new home site for 5750, they would have the same standard apply to them, and would some of those have to move out of the 100-foot setback?
It appears that way. I mean, I haven't analyzed those properties, but it appears, there probably are other structures. Well, in their cases, they may have existing structures that are within the 100-foot setback. On this property, that's not the case. But so they actually would be in a different situation. There would be a nonconformity.
And there's a code provision, again, within the street margin setbacks that allows for some minor expansion of the existing square footage if it is within the 100-foot setback.
Right.
And most of that needs to be pulled away from the river rather than kind of linearly against the river.
Correct. There is minor being 300 square feet within that setback, and then any additional would have to be outside. But they could redevelop on the footprints and basically footprint and size of those existing buildings that are within the setback.
Yeah, but they couldn't, blow them up from being a 2,000 square foot home to a 5,700 square foot home and more expanse within that zone other than the 300 square foot. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Alan, would you proceed? Just
I
introduce
will
yourself.
try to. This is a difficult and interesting case, as you're going to learn. My name is Alan Richmond. I'm here representing Dr. Jerry Stein, who is the owner of the subject property. He purchased the property in 1979, and he's owned it now for the last 33 years. So he's been a long-term owner of this property. He is at a point in his life where he's approaching retirement from his medical practice. He'd always anticipated that this land would be an asset that would be part of his retirement, and so he has the property listed with Richie Cohn, who is here behind me. And Richie brought me in to try and work through an activity envelope application for the property. Dr. Stein wishes that he could be here with us today, but he had appointments with his practice that he simply could not adjust to make it back here for this hearing. Jody Edwards is here with me today, and he's been helping us with the application. Just to be clear, we are suggesting that there has been a clear and demonstrable error, and that's what we said in our appeal letter to you. So we are appealing to you under the standards of the code, and we know that is a difficult standard for us to demonstrate. What we're looking at, as Susanna said, is a property just down Valley of Snowmass Creek Road along Highway 82. The cabin, which is shown in this aerial photo, is 65 years old to the best of our knowledge. The assessor's office says it was built in 1947, and everything that we have indicates that that's correct. So it's a 65-year-old cabin. It's a little less than 1,200 square feet in size on 2 levels. So it's a rather very small footprint on the property. But it remains in very good condition. And as the county's historic preservation officer has indicated to you in her memo, it's well preserved, and it's an excellent example of the rustic style of architecture. Can we jump to the pictures? I know you've seen these pictures in your packet, but I think they're important to show. So this is not a cabin that is falling down or in any distress in any way. It's actually in wonderful condition. The exterior is in remarkable state of preservation. And again, Susanna Reed has said it is well preserved, and I suppose the other important point is it is an excellent example of this style of architecture. When we started preparing the activity envelope application for the property, we always start by identifying the constraints to development and trying to avoid those constraints. This property has an unusual situation, as you saw from the first aerial photograph. It's not simply bounded by one of our blue line streams, but it's bounded by 2. We've got both the Roaring Fork River and Snowmass Creek that down the property. The property itself is only about 1 acre in size, so it's not a very large property. And so when you start talking about a 100-foot setback from those 2 bodies of water, you've got a significant issue to deal with. And not only do you have your 100-foot riparian setback, which is measured not from the edge of the water, but from the high water mark, which is a bit further back. We also have a 100-foot setback from State Highway 82. Can we go to option A?
Yep.
So the depth of the property, okay, its width, particularly in this portion of the property where the cabin actually is less than 100 feet from the edge of the property to the back of the property. In this area, you have a bit more than 100 feet in depth. So your 100-foot highway setback encompasses the property. It takes it from one end to the other. The 100-foot stream setback does not necessarily encompass the entire property. The 100-foot stream setback, as we said on the other, on the aerial, that's the area that you end up with if you have to have a 100-foot stream setback. And you're basically going from the high water mark here and the high water mark there gets you the 100 feet. So it essentially encompasses the area of the cabin with a tiny bit of an addition to it, and then this kind of dry area to the side of the cabin. So we knew just from the fact that we had the 100-foot setback problem off of the highway that we have a hardship situation that the Board of Adjustment would have to deal with the highway setback. That's not really something that we ever would have brought to this board. It's the riparian setback that really puts us in a more difficult situation, and it is because of the nature of this property. This triangular shaped envelope that we're left with basically has, if you will, two halves to it. It has the area where the cabin is situated, and then there's actually a ditch that runs through the property here and separates this into two separate areas. And so you've got this dry area here. People might think, well, gee, why aren't you looking at that as a development site? Well, the septic system right now is located behind the cabin on the riparian side of the property. It's too close to the river, it's too close to the well, and in any redevelopment project, we would have to move that septic system. And the obvious location, really the only location to put it, is that triangular area down valley of the cabin. So that really is not a place where we can put a structure. It is the area where we're going to have to put the septic system to have it properly separated from the well. And frankly, from the standpoint of water quality and streams that we're trying to achieve with our setbacks, moving it away from the riparian area is exactly what you would want us to accomplish. So realistically, that's the only place that we can put it. So what we end up with complying with the 100-foot setback here is an envelope that is essentially the cabin site. And we think the cabin is a very important resource. It's something that the owner has been trying to work with the county to preserve since he first came in for a land use application back in 1996. The cabin would have been preserved with that application. It was identified as an ADU, and as Suzanne said, there was a perfectly adequate area to build a house. So it's always been our desire to preserve that cabin, and now we're suggesting to you we will put it on the county's historic register to ensure that it is preserved. We don't think that developing the cabin site with a new house is good for either us or it's good for the community. From our perspective, as you know, the applicant would like to be able to view this property as an asset in his retirement. If a new house is built where the cabin is, it's going to be about 25 feet from the highway. That's how far the cabin is right now from the edge of the highway. It's highly visible. There is a berm that was built as part of the highway redevelopment. There's a berm over here, but there is no berm in front of the cabin. So a new house in that location would be very visible along the highway, and obviously would be impacted by noise and dust. The visibility part obviously is not good for the community, but more importantly, the cabin would be removed if this is our only development site. And just to quote another of Susanna Reed's findings, She says this is a well-preserved rustic-style cabin, and she says it's somewhat rare in the valley. And she says it's an excellent example of an individual cabin. If you will recall, just up valley from here, we have the Snowmass cottages, which are also a rustic style of architecture, but they are a group of cabins. This is a single, standalone cabin. And again, she calls it an excellent example of that style of development. So the error that we're suggesting here is that the code is telling us this is where we have to develop, and we don't think that that's in the community's interest. There is an area on this property that we've been talking about that is behind and to the east of the cabin that you can develop into a home site. If you look at the contours on this drawing, you can see how tight the contours are here. There's 4 contours that jump from the edge of the creek to the bench. 4 contours 8 feet. There's a half a dozen contours here from the edge of the river up to the bench. A half a dozen is 12 feet. Let's look at the photos. I took some photos this past weekend that will show you the area that we're talking about. My daughter agreed to pose for these photos to kind of liven them up and to give you some context in terms of the height that we're talking about. So where we're standing right here is right along the edge of the Snowmass Creek side of the property. And as I said, that's about 8 feet difference between the river level, the creek level, and the bench, which we will show you some pictures of the bench. And I think you see 2 things here. Number one, you see the beginning of the elevation change between the river and the top, the approximate 8. But I think the other thing that you see is the clear sense that this is riparian in character. When I think of riparian, the first characteristic is you want to have tangled up vegetation, because that's what the critters, the wildlife that we all value in the riparian habitat, they're looking for places to forage and they're looking for places to hide. And it's there. It exists in this part of the property. When we go to there are 3 of these down along the bank, and then I've got 3 up on top to contrast the 2.
Sorry.
You just go to the next.
I'm
You
trying
know
to.
what you're doing?
Yeah, no, it backed me out of where I was.
You got it. AD. So now, again, we're on the Snowmass Creek side here, and no, that might be on, yeah, I think that's on the Roaring Fork side. And the next one, so you can see it's a little bit taller. Now it's about 10 to 12 feet above her. As well, that's also on the Roaring Fork side, so it's considerably higher, unquestionably riparian. Unquestionably riparian, this area, important to protect.
Okay.
Now, moving to the upper bench. No, that's the last one.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the Roaring Fork side as well. So now we're standing in the area up above. You can see the house behind you. There's a wall that's been built here. And essentially the whole area up above is lawn. They put exercise equipment out in the lawn and use it. It's no tangled vegetation. We think there probably hasn't been tangled vegetation for a very long time. Let's look at the next one. That's essentially where the envelope would go if you had a 50-foot setback. If you just kind of think, hold this thought in your mind of this wall. So on the next drawing, I will show you precisely where this wall is in relationship to the envelope. But basically, there is enough room here to put a house. 5750? No. We'd be preserving this house, so we already would be losing 1,200 square feet off of our 5750. And what you could get in this area, limited, but certainly a house can fit into this location and have no effect whatsoever on riparian wildlife, habitat, any of those things.
And this represents the triangle, the sharp pointed.
I'll show you exactly where we are there. Can we go to the 50-foot envelope drawing? So nice to have an assistant. Okay. So this drawing is our alternative with the 50-foot setback shown, okay? So if we reduce the setback to 50 feet, you'll recall that the 100-foot took us back over here. This is where the 50-foot takes us to. That's the wall that you were looking at, okay? That feature right there is that brick wall. So the area right in here, you're looking at lawn, essentially, and a wall, is exactly where the house would go. You've got a set of 4 big evergreen trees here. Nobody's going to let us do anything to these evergreen trees. They're magnificent. They're anywhere from 20 to 30-inch diameter evergreens. So it's not going to happen here. This is where the house can go, preserve the cabin, and preserve the riparian values. It's just sitting there. That's where the board approved the envelope back in 1996 when we were allowed to do such things. I guess really the issue that's in front of you today is that the code doesn't really give us the authority to ask what we're asking. We know that you have the ability in the code to reduce the setback, the stream setback from 100 feet to 50 feet. And there are certain circumstances in the code that authorize you to do that. And it's if you were forcing us to build in a severe wildfire area, well then the county can reduce the setback. Or if you were forcing us to build in a geohazard area, the code authorizes us to reduce the setback. That's not what we have here, and we understand why the staff has required us to meet the 100-foot setback. But what we think is happening here is that we're elevating form over substance in this code, and that's what we suggested in our letter to you. The intent of the riparian section of the code can be met with what we're proposing here. The development doesn't have to be set back by 100 feet to protect these riparian resources because of this physical character of the property. And the other factor, and I think the factor that differentiates us from the other properties that are neighbors to us and to many other properties, is that we have this historic resource on this piece of property. That's not something that we find on a lot of properties in the county. And the historic preservation section of the code authorizes you to grant incentives to applicants as a basis for preserving historic properties. Susanna Reed is clearly telling us that this qualifies as such a historic resource. We understand that the incentives that are listed in the land use code do not specifically list reduction of stream setback as one of the tools that you can offer us. On the other hand, we understand that the board has sometimes, and I'll point to the Flying Dog Ranch as an example, looked at the list of incentives and said, we're going to expand on that list a bit because we think we have an important historic resource. That's what we're appealing to you here today. We think we have the opportunity for both values of this property to be preserved. You can preserve its riparian resources and you can preserve a historic structure. They can be preserved in harmony with one another. They don't have to conflict. It takes some flexibility. I understand that, and I understand what we're asking you for here, but to me this isn't a trade-off. It's a win-win. You can get both values, and we would like to preserve both values, but it takes some flexibility that staff certainly could not offer us, and we understand that. So we're appealing to you for that flexibility.
Board, questions? George?
I missed one of your last points where you gave another example where the board had made an adjustment in the past.
Yeah, the code lists a series of historic incentives that you clearly have the authority to offer to someone, to offer to an applicant in exchange for placing a property on the register.
I knew that, but I thought you gave an example.
I did, the Flying Dog Ranch.
Flying Dog Ranch.
Yeah, as I understand it, the board granted an incentive in the case of the Flying Dog Ranch. You allowed them more free market units than the incentive section of the code would suggest you have the authority to do. And you did that because you felt it was an important historic preservation case, and you wanted to preserve the resource on that property. You offered them other incentives that were specifically within the list that you had, but you stepped outside of that list.
We do that
Many of
on-
us who look at the code think that list ought to be suggestive and not limiting, but the language seems to be limiting and not, you know, for example type language. It's not saying you may offer this and similar. It says you may offer these incentives.
Alan, was that based on an appeal by the Pine Dog Ranch?
I do not think so.
No, it was just a straight request for
So
a
that was just
designation.
Yes.
Any other questions, board? Yes, Rachel?
Well, I'm kind of thinking, and this is both Chris and you, Alan, these setbacks are not such that they would qualify this for a constrained site designation or TDR transfer as inappropriate, you know, the codes conflict in such a way to not allow anything to be built.
There's a developable area on the property. It's where
I agree.
the house is located. So the issue is that presumably if someone wanted to redevelop, they would tear down the historic house and build a new house in that location. So there is a developable area.
There's a developable area.
I guess Jody reminds me that the one constraint that does take the whole property is the 100-foot highway setback. I think that's a case that the Board of Adjustment has seen repeatedly in its history and would find an envelope that they could support. But technically, it fully constrains the property.
So a denial, should there be one by this board, does not set in motion the normal chain of events for a takings determination that would allow the reduction of the house size or, you know, moving it around to deal with that.
Right.
Because there is a developable.
Yeah, we're not in a takings situation here.
So neither of those allow. Now, it would seem that our board is also constrained by our own code. So even if there was a designation of a separate building site as a historic designation incentive, we would not be able to designate that building site contravening our own code or superseding our own code. Is that
correct?
That is staff's position, and that's why we denied it.
Okay. Because I can see where sometimes there's individual cases that can be caught between the twixt and twain and not get the result that is best for the community. I also feel a little caught by the quasi-judicial nature of a hearing like this and, you know, what we have the authority to do without either processing a code amendment or a clarification, whether it's in the historic designation section or even the stream margin section. You know, I would want to see any such change to really create the flexibility that additional conditions could be put on the development if it's allowed within the 100-foot setback of the river. You know, particularly just looking at your slides and the stone fence, it's obviously very disturbed and non-native vegetation below that fence heading down to the river. And it would seem that if there was, you know, restoration of those areas and no, you know, outside patios or, you know, no continuing rolling green lawn down to the edge of the river, and that was part of the trade-off, and that area was allowed to reestablish cottonwoods and other native vegetation below the fence, that could be mitigation for being within that 100-foot setback.
Yeah, I mean, you've got all sorts of area all through here. I mean,
Yeah.
Right now, the riparian is virtually concentrated right along the bank. But you've got all this land here that wouldn't be in our envelope, that could be restored just as you suggest.
Yeah, it's something that, riparian zone, there's, as you're kind of stating, Alan, hardcore riparian zone, and then there are transitions. And so you need transition zones as well to maintain that health. If everything's as narrowly defined as just the riparian corridor, and then, you build wall to that, you're still not going to have healthy runoff or healthy water quality or healthy wildlife usage of the riparian area. It can be so narrowly confined as to not be productive, which is why there's a 100-foot setback for the most part from the high water mark. Even if the vegetation type has started to change away from riparian, it's still that standard. So I guess I'm sitting here feeling that I don't want to be a prisoner of the rules in such a way that we need to approve a bad outcome. But I also don't know that we really can do something at the table that changes this current direction without actually processing some sort of code amendment for this parcel. So those are my observations for others to comment on or think about. What your feedback is as the applicant would be helpful along those lines.
Board, any further questions? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, this is pretty complex, and I feel personally kind of between a rock and a hard place, because I was here when the code was rewritten in 2006, and I was adamant about a 100-foot setback. Alan, I think you were certainly involved in that rewrite of the code also.
It was.
And I unequivocally at that time thought that we made an important adjustment from the then current code to the 100 feet. Now, quite frankly, into my 6th year since that time, about 6 years I guess I'll say, I've found that the operation of the code is somewhat problematic because it's 100 feet is very black and white. I mean, it draws a line and you don't go anywhere with that. And I know Chris has represented that this is certainly not a hearing about the facts of the case and, all of that stuff. But you can't help but question the code, not staff's interpretation of the code, but the code, actually language, because this is, again, another instance, and we've had a few of these, where the black and white nature of the code really doesn't serve, I don't think, the public and nor the organization, Pickens County government, as it were, because at the end of the day, we're here to, in my humble opinion, protect the land and represent the people. So for me, there's a couple of ways to approach this. For example, in Exhibit 5 of Alan's part of the packet, he talks about responses to standards for reduction of riparian setback, and there are 10 of those. In looking, trying to analyze, trying to certainly, you can't get away from what the code says. But when I see this section 7-20-84, I agree with every one of Alan's statements.
Just one comment.
And so my question, I guess I'll first ask Suzanne as our ComDev staff working on this application or this appeal. Do you not feel when we have code language that gives us some standards for reduction of riparian setback, do you not feel, okay, Bess, I shouldn't lead you with a question. What is your interpretation of these 10 items?
I think I would say I would not disagree with your position on when you just read these standards in the code, that they could meet those standards. There are other provisions in the code that then go hand in hand with this that aren't presented here. One being the one that first says, if you have any place you can build outside of the 100-foot setback, we can't even have this conversation, is basically the way the code reads. If you make it over that hump and say, well, okay, I can't, there's no place I can go, I can only be in the 100-foot setback, then basically we look at, we can look at these standards.
Okay, so let's go with
And we agree with that interpretation.
your train of
There's no
thought.
question.
There is potentially another place. And then that puts us in the question of the historic standards. I think it would be more than a shame, it would be a crime to tear this cabin down. You know, part of our job again is to understand all sides of a question. The code instructs us very clearly what to do here. But on the historic site question and the feedback from Susanna, she indicates that she feels this certainly qualifies for historic designation. In what would staff's response to the question, therefore, can we consider this under historic qualifications?
We don't feel that the incentives provide that discretion to give an incentive of a reduction of a stream setback. I think that's in saying that we would recommend you deny the appeal. I mean, I think there's several ways, if you wanted to, that the code could be amended such that you could take this into consideration. That would be one place where you either allow it as a possible incentive under the historic preservation, or where essentially the constraints are, where we limit your ability to use the reduction in the setback, that you could somehow add in the possibility of looking at that if there is a constraint of a historic resource in addition to the stream setback. So I think we can certainly see that there's an issue there that maybe that it would be appropriate to have something in the code to allow that, but we don't feel that it's there today.
Well, and I'm trying to go down the road of not amending the code, not bringing that issue up yet. So am I hearing that it's staff's opinion that this cabin is not of enough historical significance to create an incentive to allow us to jump over the hoop of no developable site? Because that's really the question. Sure, there's a site, let's tear down the cabin. Is the cabin significant enough? I'm trying to work through this in challenging, I guess, some of our values to make sure, and Susanna's interpretation. The biggest problem I have, and I'll say this up front, is the fact that if this is 10, 12, 14 feet above riparian area, there's a clear reason why we amended the code. P&Z in a joint meeting, I have a picture of that in my mind right now, how that came down. And it was to protect riparian areas. And if this application doesn't impact the riparian areas, then maybe we have to amend the code. But first I want to try to deal with the historic question here, and any feedback is positive for me to try to deal with the steps of where I'm trying to go. So Susanna has an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, you know, she's identified as a resource worthy of designation. And, you know, we read our code and go, that's fine, but we don't see the code providing that leeway, given that, to reduce that stream setback, which is also something that we have put forth as a value of the county.
So let's clarify my absolute grayness in this gray area. Even if this does qualify in Susanna's opinion as a historic site, there are no code provisions that would allow us to then go to the next, another piece in the code relative to reduction of riparian setback. I mean,
Right, there isn't, I think that's...
There's no path.
Right.
That's
We're asking you to jump.
Alan?
Yes.
I'm asking.
There is not a path.
There's not a path. That's why we recommended a path in Suzanne's recommendation. And as Alan said, their position is that you should jump that path and make it happen.
Well, and I guess, I mean, we're not done discussing this, and though this is not a hearing on the merits of an application, for me it's important for us to identify a path if we're sensitive to a solution. And I guess the next one is going down the road of, and I'm articulating this, I'm not sure if I'm totally clear, but it just might be denial and then go down that path of code amendment and a very strict interpretation of what we would mean and how it would qualify. I've gone through the steps of my thinking and got to no path because I think I have to agree with staff, and I understand the representatives of the applicant's job in this hearing, so, you know, they do well in their job, but we have another job, and so I'd like to get some board feedback and try to deal with this. How might we? Thank you, Mike.
Jody, I'll catch you in a second. George has wanted to speak, so.
Just to clarify, one of the concerns is about using the existing possible historic cabin as a building site. But there is another building site that is available that is within our code and outside the 100-foot setback. It just isn't the sort of the prime building site because of its closeness to the highway. Is that correct?
Well, there is additional area. I mean, I think, you know, Alan pointed out earlier that if they do redevelop, they will have to put in a new septic system on this property, so that will have to be accommodated somewhere in the new envelope outside of the 100-foot setback. So again, it's how do you divvy up the area you have?
But that same area is where the historic cabin is?
No, I mean, that was basically the triangle. Thanks, Jody.
Right, so there is, the problem is, there is a building site that's available that could accommodate a new home, even with moving the septic over to that site or not?
I mean, you couldn't put the home there because there'd be nowhere to put the septic system.
Right, I mean, I think
physically there's just nothing.
If the only envelope you have is outside of the 100-foot setback, then, you know, presumably someone's going to tear down that house, build as far as they can from the highway, and the septic would go out closer to the highway.
I understand the concerns and the argument, but I don't see that, according to what we're trying to do here today as an appeal, I don't see that staff has made it clear and administrative, whatever, an error, because staff is basically following code, and they're restricted by that as we are. And so it seems like, well, perhaps what we need to do is take the next step and perhaps deny this and look at a code amendment to make some adjustments somehow.
We understand the dilemma that you're in, and I think we bring this to you because we don't like the outcome that all of this places us in, and I'm hearing 3 of you so far not liking the outcome, and we need to hopefully find a solution. We appeal to you because that's the way we can bring this matter to your attention rather than you find out about it when the cabin gets demolished.
Yes, Joe.
You have to come up for a microphone because of this room. That's okay.
For the record, my name is Jody Edwards. I was just going to try and suggest a path that hopefully could get us away from what is looking like a lose-lose and maybe get toward a win-win solution here. And it sounds like everybody's talking about code amendment as a possibility. And I think that could get us there. And so what, instead of denial, which Jack mentioned, and then I'd rather suggest that we table this and let us help participate with you in a code amendment and then talk about maybe creating a win-win instead of, Dr. Stein getting a denial and having to go talk to people about tearing down the cabin. And I think there are solutions. This is certainly not my first. Matter of fact, I think it's the 3rd or 4th client I've had run into this code section where it created what I thought was an unintended consequence of this hard line of 100 feet. If the purpose is to protect riparian areas, and I think that was the purpose, then it maybe needs an individualized look on a property-by-property basis. And maybe maybe the code amendment should say something like the applicant, like in this case, could provide a community benefit that is significant. I think saving that cabin could be significant, and other properties may have other ways to provide a significant community benefit that justify, on a property-by-property basis, looking at preserving the riparian area. And maybe, as Rachel suggested, this hasn't been riparian in all of this area for 65 years, so maybe it could be. If this was recaptured as riparian, especially over a year, that's a huge community benefit. But if it's all the animals and the streams and everything. So I think there's a potential win-win solution. I just don't, I don't want to push Dr. Stein into a denial and start talking about tearing down the cabin. So what I would like to request, if Alan agrees, is table it while a code amendment is considered.
Alan, who speaks for the applicant?
I'm the designated representative.
Okay.
So, obviously, we had hoped that you would find a way to, as we said, jump the path and simply say, we like the outcome so much that we want to make it happen, and we have the authority as a board to grant the historic preservation incentive that we think is right. Part of me wants to, because I know how difficult it was and has been in the last 6 years to work in the riparian section of the code. Jack mentions I was here 6 years ago when we drafted that section. I was one of the voices that said, guys, I really don't think you should be adopting a 100-foot setback. And it wasn't for this particular property, but it was knowing we had a lot of small, older properties along the river that were going to have a heck of a time complying with this, and we've lived with that. Part of me thinks that the answer may be giving you more discretion in the historic preservation section. If you look at that set of incentives right now, basically lists about 5 things that you are authorized to do. And normally in an incentive section, you would say the board has the ability to do these types of incentives and will consider similar incentives on a case-by-case basis, because you don't know that something like this is going to come up. None of us could have predicted that we have a 65-year-old house that's within 100 feet of the stream, what we do. I think that section of the code is less problematic to work with, and my client will get a more direct solution to the problem than if we work in repairing this. If we start thinking about all the cases that have had this kind of problem, the last time you and I worked on repairing it was for Little Owl Creek for two of my neighbors, and it took us a good year. And we all struggled with that, and actually the two properties have both gotten land use approval since then, and they're just fine. But it was really a hard section to work with, is my point. So would my client work with you on a code amendment? Sure. I'd like to work with these folks to figure out whether it's historic or riparian.
Alan, the question is, does the client want continuation?
Does the client want?
A continuation. Because we're at the point.
Well, I think that's a reasonable approach, but it would be a continuation with the understanding that we're going to pursue a code amendment with your staff, I guess. That was the point of my long-winded comments. We would certainly entertain a continuance if that's the only direction that we can achieve here. Yeah.
And were you just testing the waters?
No.
The question was put to you earlier, before this hearing started, whether you wanted a continuation.
Actually, that was, we had a hope that there was some language in the code that would have given the Board of Adjustment authority to grant a variance to the stream setback. It appeared to be the case, but there were some amendments that this board processed some time back that have eliminated that possibility. So that's where we were heading before. No, we were not just testing the water. We're looking for a solution to a problem so that this cabin can be preserved.
Chris, let me ask you, if we were to continue it, there'd still be a continuation of an appeal. So what would the outcome of that be?
An intervening statutory change when a case is on appeal can be used to move an appeal in some cases. So I think what we would probably do is take a look at whether that would be the case here. What I'm saying is that an appeal, a tabling of the application of this appeal is not necessarily improper. You want to go that way.
But also let me add that code amendments can take an inordinate amount of time because they have to apply across the board. And that was the difficulty, it seems to me, when we came to this 100-foot setback.
Yep.
We couldn't, it was just difficult to vary it. We knew there would be occasions when it was tough on the applicant, or at least a property owner. And in this case, you're suggesting that historic assets should come into play here. But how does that, how many other riparian area historic assets are there in the county? Can you answer that question? I mean,
no, I can't.
So I'm suggesting that code amendment better include more than just historic incentives for riparian setbacks, and it better cover more than what we've covered here today. I mean, I would be in favor of denying this appeal right now. I mean, I just don't see that what you've been talking about really is around the appeal standards. You haven't really addressed those at all. The clear and demonstrable error. Your assertion is that we've applied form over substance, and yet you haven't delivered any argument about what form over substance, how that amounts to a demonstrable error. You have talked about the advantages to your client in terms of a different confirmation of development. But go ahead.
Michael. I think you've echoed well the dilemma that we all are facing in looking this, and to me, it's the definition of a conflict in values, and both of the values are equally significant within the community. I don't know anyone who doesn't hark back to the 100-foot setback from Highway 82 as being one of the best things that ever happened to Pickens County. This home was obviously built before then, but it gets awkward to want to push new development into that setback.
Yep.
That was one of the first, incredibly significant defining of character components that our forebears put in place in terms of land use codes. And I find it awkward to be in the position of looking at trading off one value for another. If there was an opportunity for some additional master planning that proceeded with the proverbial win-win. So I do take a different point of view from you, Michael, on this, because I think that if we were able to table the appeal hearing and then should a good code amendment be worked through, and I'd give a few comments on that in a moment, I can see the applicant withdrawing their appeal request. And it wouldn't be something that we'd have to continue to process through. I do agree with you. I think there is a likelihood that there's more historic resources in proximity to the rivers of Pickens County because, especially during that time period, that's what people were seeking when they purchased a mountain cabin or a second summer home or these sort of things. So for me, I see this as probably maybe the case that opened the door, but that not that there wouldn't be other cases to follow. And I had thought about this prior to Alan saying it, but I think that the appropriate place to try to make the change would be in the Historic Preservation Code. I do think it's, quote, been tough on applicants to deal with the riparian area issue so far. Perhaps there needs to be a look at that, but I do not want to create, and I'm sure you don't either, or any of us, a sieve effect where the values of the riparian areas are slowly, diminished by other various property owner conditions that may not relate to historic properties. I think that it should be something that's discretionary by the board. There's no automatic allocation of any one of those incentives already. And I think that, when that incentive particularly might be applied, there would have to be far more stringent standards about revegetation in native, allowing things to go back to native, and just acknowledging that you're in a more sensitive area. There's a lot of reasons why the 100-foot is there. Wildlife, environmental habitat is one thing, but certainly when you look at, 7,000 to 8,000 rafters a year, as we heard in the previous hearing, going down the Roaring Fork River through there, the aesthetics of a guest experience when the rivers are just lined with homes too close in without screening and bluegrass lawns to the edge, that's kind of the legacy that we're slowly trying to see corrected. And I think that that's important as time goes forward. So I myself am open to the idea of, I'm not sure, but I don't know that we've ever amended the Historic Preservation Code. We did a lot of work in adopting it, but documents are living and breathing documents, and they adjust to real life circumstances and situations, whether it was the housing guidelines or anything else. It would take a lot of thought. I don't want to see us opening a negative can of worms. I don't want to, as I say, creating a sieve in the Historic Preservation Code, but it would be nice to have some additional incentives and leeways when a given parcel, which they all are unique, we're able to look at its characteristics and weigh those. So that would be my path. I would suggest tabling, working through a code amendment, very tightly confined, very requirement of additional mitigations and standards whenever that stream margin is violated. And then should that successfully pass planning and zoning and our board, be something that the applicant could withdraw their application and come in with a full application to kind of give us a little more of a sense of you know, where the things would be and what would happen, rather than just, you know, kind of what we have now. I realize it'd be subject later to site plan review. That would be a clear requirement. It may be that varying and getting within the 50 foot or within the 100 foot starts to dictate smaller house size. And that could be something that the board could do. Now, again, this is because it's a code of general application throughout the county. It's not a code tailored to one property, which is kind of why I was looking at the constrained site aspects before, which we cannot use, to see if there was a smaller home that might be appropriate on this. But that would be my path. I'll leave it there.
Joy? Chris or Suzanne, maybe you can help me. I don't see the difference, per se, in either. The cleanest way would be for me to deny, because, again, you're appealing based on the question, was there a clear demonstrable error in this case? And if we were to deny, it would be the same as tabling and then withdrawing, because your client would still understand that we would be going through this process for a code amendment. And so why table and then withdraw when you're going to have to go through the same process? Denial of this seems to be the cleaner way to do it. And then there's no confusion, you know, are we tabling this and just trying to circumvent to address this one particular property versus denying it and then working on a comprehensive code that will encompass all the homes in the county, and then we can apply that to the new application. I mean, to me, that makes a lot more sense, and it shouldn't make any difference for your client whether you're going to table and withdraw or deny, because as long as your client knows we're going to go through this process, there's no need to tear down the cabin. So I don't understand that.
No, I tend to agree, George. The more important outcome of the meeting to me is moving forward in a constructive direction to solve the problem than to keep the application alive when we're just looking for a way to have a win-win here, that we all preserve both of the boundaries. And if the county is prepared to move forward with a code amendment, as several of you have suggested, that is a potential way to come to the constructive outcome. There's no guarantee in it. It's a long process. It's a discretionary process. It may work and it may not, but it's worth taking a try.
Do you have any artifacts on that property?
Not yet. Some people
Jack?
Yeah, this, obviously, we're all thinking about the code, the strict language of the codes, potential solutions. I'm not sure that I would. Rachel was absolutely articulate in laying down so many of the thoughts, and I've been thinking the same thing as you all. The operation of the code and the advantage. Is there an advantage of not denying to continue this, to withdraw it? I think the key here is timing. If we are committed to doing an amendment, and I tend to agree with Rachel about the historic versus riparian, but I'd almost want to throw that back to staff and say, what is the best path? We have this ongoing challenge with the strict language of the code of 100 feet. Again, which I say I unequivocally supported in 2006, and then the operation presents some challenges. The goal is absolutely important, and and it works most of the time. But I wouldn't even say to staff, well, look at this or this. I think you all have to have your internal discussion, which you do frequently as a combined staff, and sift through this. But I do tend to agree, and my question was going to be to Chris about the operation of the code. Does it even allow this? Though it might, what's the benefit? I kind of think we ought to deny this, commit to working through the code in one form or, one category of the code or area of the code or another. But I would not want to have this be put with the whole plethora of code amendments that we have talked about doing, and staff has a whole lot of work to do. I mean, when do we get to it? Lance, do you have a sense? If we direct staff to do this, can we pick the ball up and move with it in a reasonable amount of time?
If you were to direct staff to prioritize this code amendment above the many, many others.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing this up.
It clearly would not be before the P&Z prior to December at the earliest. Without question.
And that's fair. I mean, we're not asking to ignore our work. We're just saying prioritize. Excuse me, Jack isn't suggesting it to everyone, that we should prioritize this and move it forward in a reasonable amount of time and have a discussion about the path. So I think you've satisfied me.
Chris?
With your response.
Did you want me to answer that question, Jack?
Which one?
You had posed a question about whether the code allows...
I think you did, and though you were rather quiet because of 40 years of listening to Bobby Mason for me, I did get the fact Rachel's answer, the answer to Rachel was yes.
Well, I'd love to hear what Chris has said, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure which question he's answering either.
Okay.
I've heard a number of questions that have sort of been lobbed my way, but then the conversation has continued. Let me see if I can summarize what I've heard. Under the code as it currently exists, I don't see a way to improve.
Can you speak up, Chris? I'm sorry.
Yes. Under the code as it is currently written, I don't see a way to approve the appeal. And I haven't heard the applicant make any arguments that there is a mechanism in the code that would allow you to approve the appeal. With regard to the question of tabling the application while a code amendment moves forward, I heard that idea floated by Jody. I then heard it, I think, retracted by Alan. I don't know if that proposal is still before you or not. To the extent it is, as I observed before, a statutory change can moot an appeal under certain circumstances, but typically an appeal is decided on the code that is in place at the time the application is submitted. So if a code amendment were processed, that would not be a ground for granting the appeal subsequently based on the statutory amendment. The statutory amendment could moot the appeal, and that's what I've heard the applicant discussing, is a withdrawal of the application and then a resubmission in a way that addresses the current code criteria, which is what would have to happen anyway. Because presumably, the amended code will have its own set of criteria that have to be addressed. So the present application, not having addressed those criteria, is not something that the board would be able to approve in the event of this hypothetical code amendment. Does that answer the questions that were?
A lot. I appreciate the clarity in going from one point to another, so we just cleaned up a whole lot of gray for me, as it were. So I appreciate that.
Yes, Joe?
Can we try making a motion? Can we try making a motion here?
Well, I think there was also, just to give me a minute, there was a path that was stretched by Chris, which is the applicant just can withdraw at this point. withdraw their appeal. Does the applicant wish to do that?
To me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Okay. I mean, I'm just giving you
You've told us that there's no way to approve the appeal, and we understand that.
Well, our attorney
It
suggested
is,
there might
it is more significant to us that the board members are saying to the staff that you want to work on a solution to the problem than it is whether the appeal is denied, withdrawn, or tabled.
So, George?
Yes, I'll put forth a motion, and that is to deny the appeal based on, I do not see a clear demonstrable error, but as part of that motion to instruct staff to work on code amendments regarding the 100-foot setback with historical properties.
With regard to historic resources.
Regarding historic resources.
Our preference.
Okay, and that clarified my question.
Is that
I'll
a second,
second.
Jack? Any further discussion on the part of the board? All in favor of the denial?
Aye.
So, you've been denied, but I think there's a resurrection available for you.
You've
And
given us
staff-
hope. Thank you.
Michael, a question, clarification, staff does understand that we ought to put this in the priority mode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As long as you understand what that means.
yeah.
I don't
December would be ideal,
I
but
don't
we're not
understand
January.
keeping you to that.
It means that other business that the staff has
Yes.
will be put in the back seat.
Well, I'd like to know what other business is before we start to prioritize. Because I don't
Well,
want
we'd have to have, I think we'd have to have a work session on that.
Yeah, because I don't want to impact another applicant who's been in the pipeline for a long time.
It would not be an applicant, it would be other code amendments.
Yeah. That's how I want to handle it.
The next item of business is what is known as Le Chamonix. Glenn, do we have do you have time, do you need setup time or anything like that?
No, I don't think there's any projections or anything.
Yeah, I'm pretty low with my excuses. It's got the camera and microphone.
Yeah.
So, Michael, we have this Chamonix in front of us. This is the second reading. It's been continued, is that right?
This is a continuation of the second reading.
Okay. So do you want to introduce us again to the subject?
Sure. My name is Mike Kramer with Pitkin County Planning Staff, and we're here to discuss the second reading for the Chamonix multifamily housing complex. And this is actually 3 agenda items on your agenda in front of you, because we're looking at a draft resolution for the conceptual subdivision and plan unit development. And then we have 2 ordinances. One ordinance is the land use code text amendment to create the RMF zone district, and then a rezoning of the Chamonix from the current zoning to that newly created RMF zone district. And basically what we're looking at is the Le Chamonix housing complex. It's at 501 Maroon Creek Road. It's across from the Highland Ski Area. And they are represented today by Glenn Horn. And we heard this on September 12th at first reading, where we went over the application. The board had a number of topics for the applicant and for staff to address prior to second reading, and that was why we continued it from the last time. So if you'd like, I go over those changes, those clarifications the board wanted. Okay. At first reading, we talked about the land use code text amendments and the ordinance and the rezoning. And what staff suggested and what the board adopted was that if the conceptual subdivision is approved today at second reading,
we would approve those two ordinances, the rezoning ordinance and the text amendment ordinance to create the RMF zone district. And those could be approved, but they would not become effective until detailed and final plat for the PUD and the detailed submission. So what's going to happen is the board's going to see this submission again. It's going to run through the P&Z, it's going to come to the Board of County Commissioners. With the ordinances that if you approve today are adopted, they won't become effective until all of that is finished and you see the second time. So we drafted the ordinances to reflect that change. Glenn has drafted the Chamonix planned unit development guide, and that's attached as attachment A. And basically what this is a guide that's going to outline development for Chamonix. And this is really beneficial to have because it specifically outlines what the setbacks are going to be, what the floor areas are going to be, what the basement build-outs are going to be, etc. And Glenn's provided that for us to review. The board also wants to know about affordable housing impact fees. What the application is asking for currently is to build up the basement space, and what we're looking at is units 2, 3, 6, 7, and 12. And the ideas that were tossed around at the last board meeting was that the board was amenable to doing a growth management exemption for these build-out of basements. And basically, it creates an equity for the entire complex because there are other units that have legally and some illegally built-out basements. With the addition of these units I just stated, they'll have basement build-out for all spaces, all units at Chamonix. And the board was asking about what the affordable housing impact fee would be if these subgrade spaces get built out. We created a bullet point on page 2 outlining what those fees were. The fees are more nominal if they're local fees. The fees are increased if they're second homes for the applicants. The board requested information on the height of the Chamonix, and the applicant has provided basically a cross-section view and a plan view of what the height limits or what the height is from for the Chamonix complex. But the height that has been provided is only the height from Maroon Creek Road. So when you look at that fold-out 11 by 17, you're looking at the height as depicted from the road, and it's basically a 2-story structure that's about 15 or 16 feet in height. And the applicant is going to provide more information on the exact height of the structure because it does slope down to Maroon Creek. And the way the code reads, you adjust for the most restrictive grade. So Glenn doesn't have that information, that detailed information for us today. He's going to provide that at detailed and final plat submission so we can fully analyze the height of the Chamonix. The staff is comfortable with that as it was written today. The locational standards for the RMF zone district, they were vague in some sections, and staff revised some of the language in the zone district so that the zone district can only be applied to locations adjacent to ski areas and contiguous to a major road. So that's where the RMF zone district would be applied. Yes, Rachel.
A question on that, Michael. And before, wasn't it also that it was for pre-existing multifamily units next to a ski area and next to a major road? So
that's what it's written, yeah.
The pre-existing portion remains.
And then lastly, I think it was Commissioner Hatfield asked about solar panels and permitted uses in the RMF zone district. And the panels would be an allowed use or a special review use in that district, just as they are for any other zone district that we have. We have certain size panels that are just allowed and go directly to building permit, and then we have certain size of panels that have to go through a public notice or a review. And that would be the same as in the RMF zone districts as it's written too. So that's basically the ideas that were thrown out at the last hearing. And staff did put a little paragraph about this. The application's definitely been winnowed down to the idea that this RMF zone district, the creation of the zone district, could be applied potentially to the Chamonix and create what they would really like, a conforming status on the property. And we have basically said that we would allow a GMQS exemption for basements, and that's what the applicant is asking for. The idea that these deck enclosures and other small additions that could happen in the Chamonix were discussed, And Glenn doesn't have specific information on that, and mainly because him and I talked, and it sounds like getting 12 unit owners to agree on what other minor expansions could happen at the Chamonix is difficult, and I totally understand that. But we were thinking that if that could happen, that should happen at detailed and final plat submission, that we get a more detailed analysis of what other site improvements they're thinking. If they're thinking that enclosures of decks is potentially available to the units, if a second floor was available to the units or not, I don't know, but I was thinking that we could see that at detailed and final plat, and we can let Glenn provide more information on that if that's possible or not at that time. So that was the only staff discussion part that we put in the memo for this. But basically, we're recommending approval of the two ordinances as second reading, and then we're recommending approval of the conceptual subdivision and planned unit development as they're drafted in the resolution.
Board, any questions for Michael? Seeing none. Well, Jack?
Let me ask Michael about the solar panels. And I understand what we indicated. I mean, what the code says about a certain size are allowed and then other sizes by special review. This is, and I very quickly looked through all the materials I have, which I've saved. I don't have any, for example, pictures from the Highland side to the front location. And I'm concerned about if solar panels of a certain size would be allowed, would there be any reflection across the street? And I don't remember roof lines, because there are multiple roof lines here, I remember, or pieces, you know, how it all fits. So any idea if we have the discretion as a condition in this to say it would have to be by special review, just so we protect the neighborhood?
Well, the code, as it's written...
I don't have that mental picture right now.
Yeah. I don't, to answer your first question, I don't know if there would be a reflection to the Highland ski area or not. I don't know. Typically, the panels are obviously south-facing and try and capture the east and west sun.
Right.
But, you know, the code is written as we recently adopted it, I think in 2009. And basically, if there's a certain size panel that's less than a certain square footage, you can go right to building permit, and then if it's a larger square footage, it goes in for a review through ComDev. And that is how this would be applied to the RMF zone district. If there's something that the board desired in addition to that, I guess we could all talk about that.
Well, yeah, we'll let the applicant address my question whenever. Thank you.
Board, any further questions? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm really clear on what you're telling us here. The final PUD, the detailed final plat PUD would be forthcoming later?
Mm-hmm. It's at the applicant's discretion. I'm going to submit that.
Okay, and so the new zone district that this would potentially be zoned for would legitimize the basement space and allow those without basement space to construct basement space, but it does nothing else. So the zone district itself does not now offer variations for the parking situation or the setback from the road or anything like that. And that's what would be addressed and approved and supported or not in the PUD application. I mean, I'm not suggesting that there would be radical changes, but I just want to make sure our zone district itself was not starting to allow what are current nonconformities.
You did it right on the head. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for staff?
Glenn, do you want to? I apologize, Michael. I'm trying to catch up with my thinking here, and the question to be answered by either staff or the applicant would be on the basements. Is it known for those basements, units that would have the potential, what size they would be? You know, is it really very much within that enclosed area and, you know, underneath the existing unit? Is there any limitations, et cetera? So you or the applicant can answer that at your request.
If you go, Jack, to,
Glenn, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, yes. My name's Glenn Horn, and I represent the Chamonix Association Incorporated. That's the name of the condominium association. And Jack, if you take a look at page 9 of the packet, which happens to be page 3 of the PUD guide, and you go to
Expansion of dwelling units?
Yeah, those are the units in the complex that have right now a crawl space under their living space that could be expanded to basement space. It could be increased in size.
Yeah, and so, and I was right on the same page, but you have reaffirmed that this is the square footage. That would be the crawl space expansion potential.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Good.
So Glenn, do you want to proceed with your presentation?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So once again, this is Rick. He's the president of the association, Rick Jones. And the reason why I said the Chamonix Association Incorporated, that's something that we want to be reflected as well in the resolution approval, just that it has the proper name. It's one of the things we noticed, and Mike and I have discussed that. It's a cleanup item. But after the last meeting, you provided some direction about a number of things. Mike's covered a lot of it. But what I tried to do was encapsulate what your direction was in the PUD guide. And so I created what really is the second draft of the PUD guide. And bear in mind that you're going to have this RMF zone's kind of an umbrella for the site, which sets the overall parameters for the zone district. And then the PUD guide gets to things that are more specific for this particular site, that might be unique to this site, that are differ a little bit from the RMF zone, because you're allowed to vary things in a PUD. And the only reason we're having a PUD guide is so that there's just one document that you can go to and see that this is the guide for the Chamonix Association Incorporated. And that's what it says right in the purpose. This is on page 7 of your packet. It's the first page of the guide. And in there also it talks about the issue that you were concerned about, Rachel, and that was short-term accommodation use in the RMF zone. That's addressed right on the second page of the guide, where we have allowed uses and prohibited uses. And one of the things I wanted to do was, rather than come up with new definitions, I used the definitions that are right in the Pitkin County Land Use Code. So we're consistent with the definitions in the code, like what a residential use is and what tourist accommodations use is. So those are identical definitions. Looking at some of the other things, you know, the dimensional requirements are fairly standard, replicating what's in the zone, with the exception of these setbacks that we have from the major road. And those are unique for the Chamonix, and they're spelled out for each unit right off a survey. They're accurate. This issue about the height, I was hoping that we would just put the whole height question to rest, but when I got together with Scott Broughton, the architect for the association, he started looking at the way the topography worked, and he's going to have to cut a section through every one of the units to figure out what the existing height is. We know it's between 16 and 18 feet on the Maroon Creek Road side, but it's not clear what it is on the back. And we'll have probably specific height limitations for each unit in the PUD guide, just like we do for setbacks, so there'll be no question about what the height is. The build-out issue has been addressed. We put in exactly how much square footage can be added in these crawl spaces, like explained to Jack. And you know, one of the things that Mike and I had a discussion about is that perhaps there might be some other expansion that could take place outside the footprint of these structures, whether it be a deck or pushing out the front a little bit or going up. And after discussing it with Rick, we thought that it'd be great to come up with that plan. We don't think that it's going to happen right now with the 12 different individuals, because it's a big task to get everybody to agree on something. So our current thinking is that that's probably going to occur, if it occurs at all, in the future as a PUD amendment. And it's not precluded, but it's not entitled by this proposal that we have. Mike said, well, why don't you just keep in there that you might come back at detailed submission in case something really big happened over the next few months with the association. We don't anticipate that happening, but we appreciate the opportunity to not shut the door on that should something change in the next month or two. We do intend to just turn this around right away. As soon as we get these height calculations, we'll come back with the detailed submission and submit that application, because we want to keep the momentum going and finish the project up. With respect to the solar panels, I'm trying to think of how we could deal with that. It's a flat roof, Jack. Rick just reminded me that it's flat all the way across. And if there's that drawing where the 11 by 17 that shows an elevation of the building and a cross section, so it's flat. And
at the top, there's that little.
Yeah, it's flat, and
so that's.
I don't know. If you had a strong feeling about solar panels, we could address it in the PUD guide, because that can be. You can use that to be more restrictive or to vary some of the requirements. And that's available to you if you wanted to say something about solar panels. We haven't addressed it, and we're not contemplating that. But one thing I could say, and Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the association would go for the idea of just one unit putting solar panels up without discussing it with everyone, because it would change the appearance of the building.
I think it'd be all or nothing.
Yeah, so that's something you could address if you want. I tried to cover everything that was outstanding. Oh, I want to mention one thing. I made a mistake on page 9, item G, under maximum floor area. The way this is set up is units 2 through 12. The maximum floor area is going to be 2,855 square feet for those units. But unit 1 is already over that, and so is unit 12. And so in attachment 6 of the application, we suggested, actually that was my first draft of the PUD guide, and in recreating the second draft, I forgot to carry over the floor area limitations for unit 1 and 12, which are a little different to reflect the existing size. Unit 1 is actually 3,174 for the living space and 379 square feet for the garage. And unit 12 is 2,855 living space and 461 square feet for the garage. So we would like that to be incorporated into the PUD guide as the limitations for units 1 and 12, because they're a little different than 2 through 11.
From the origin.
Right, from the origin. That's the way the whole complex was built. So we don't want to make those 2 units non-conforming. We just want them to say that that's their floor area and they can't go any further, but it reflects what's there. So those are the only changes I made. I think I caught all of the issues that you raised, and if I didn't, I'd love to hear about it, and we can make further changes.
Rachel?
Yeah. 2 things. I want to make sure Lindy had a chance to really get those numbers you just rattled off for the record, okay? And then secondly, I'll just weigh in on the solar panel issue. I don't see creating a separate or different solar ordinance or subsection of the solar ordinance. I don't know if our staff feels our current solar ordinance might be inadequate in some way in terms of single-family homes versus residential multifamily. I don't know if there was a differentiation, because the size that you're allowed kind of by right and just getting a building permit, is that much square footage for an entire building, or is it that much per individual unit in a residential multifamily? And so I think that might be what needs to be clarified. I don't have the solar ordinance in front of us right now, so I just don't know if it's silent on that matter of a multifamily versus a single family. or not. But, you know, we spent a lot of time, I know Mike spent a lot of time trying to come up with a reasonable solar panel ordinance. There was a smaller standard than I would have personally preferred for the size of those that are by right and get a building permit versus those that need a special review. So it's actually a pretty tight, very conservative code in my mind. But if we're going to start redoing the solar requirements on every application that come through and start having you know, different standards or different requirements, then the code itself is wrong. You know, then we shouldn't be standing by that section of the code. So, you know, I think it's very, I'm not even sure any appeals have ever come to us on the special review, but it's a very new code, and I haven't seen its operation, quote, failing in such a way. But again, I just wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable putting any new standards through the PUD unless you and Lance and our staff feel somehow we missed something with the original solar as related to multifamily.
And just to add, there is no distinction between single-family residential and multifamily residential in the solar code. But we would treat it as the same standards that apply to a single-family residence. If you go over 400 square feet, you're going to do the noticing and have the review. If not, then we'll bring you through the building permit process. That's how staff would treat it.
Okay.
Mike, I certainly would agree with Rachel about not amending the code, and it wasn't my intention. I wondered if we had the discretion for this application to state one's allowed by use if it's, you said 400, or if it's has to go through special review. We haven't really faced, at least this board, an issue of solar on multifamily and what that could mean. And I think Glenn probably hit it on the head when he said the orientation of the panels, you know, guess what? I think that would probably be up valley anyway for south. I'm not sure, quite frankly, but to me, my sense, south is, you know, up valley, and you want to capture the sun that way. So I'm not sure it related here, but it doesn't seem right to allow a bunch of solar panels, regardless of roof line. I just couldn't picture, you know, that it was a flat roof. So hey, that might even be worse because you wouldn't have anything to, you know, adhere it to. I mean, they'd have to be freestanding. So I don't know, maybe you have to address solar, just to be a comprehensive plan or whatever in the PUD guide.
Yes, Glenn?
You could just put a section in the PUD guide that says if solar panels are installed, there'll be a plan for the entire condominium complex, and it won't be, you know, on a unit-by-unit basis, so that there would be a full plan for the condominiums.
And to me, that would work because because this is multi-family, it's different than any of the challenges that we've seen in single family. And yeah, why not have a plan? And a PUD guide doesn't reflect on changing the code.
You know, I'm not at all comfortable with that approach. You know, I could be mistaken, but I think the state legislature passed laws that homeowners association cannot ban solar panels within communities because so many neighborhoods were saying, no, not us, we don't want those. And it was a real inhibitor to any sort of solar energy development. And I know of examples here in town where Vatashka wanted to do one solar panel, very small, you know, 2x3 type of thing, and her homeowners association made her take it down because the free market units didn't want to look at any solar panels. And it, you know, so I just see that if we're going to you know, Glenn has explained that the entire complex is looked at as by right what one single family home would have, and that's 400 square feet. And not that each unit gets that 400 square feet. That was my first question. And I think that they would need to come forward with a homeowners association plan naturally, and they'd probably want to work together. But if we make it so that all 12 homeowners need to say yes before there's a single energy efficiency or renewable energy production potential, you know, we might as well forget solar in Pickens County. You know, I just start to think that, you know, we're putting so many layers on it that it's not likely, and it seems to be very opposite of the very principles we embrace with CORE and with the REMP program, that people start to produce some more of their own energy on site. So I understand the scenic concerns, and that's why we went through repeated and long hearings about passing the solar code, but I would let the operation of the solar code go into play here, rather than starting to, you know, say this PUD is going to have this requirement, that PUD is going to have that requirement, and, you know, it already kicks into special review if it's more than 400 square feet. So I'm okay with it. I don't think we need a new addition.
Let me just interject here. I think we're arguing about the wrong thing. The likelihood of solar at the Chamonix is so slim, it seems to me, that it's negligible, and we're spending too much time on this argument. And if you look at the Google Earth of the Chamonix, it's taken sometime in the summer, and there's nothing but long shadows of all the spruce trees that are in front of the complex. So in order to have, and then if you look across the street, you notice that there's a mountain there. I mean, the exposure and everything dictates that you're not going to have solar there, at least for an economical kind of basis. So, you know, I think we need to drop this argument and go on to more substantive argument here. It just doesn't make sense to me. But if you want to keep arguing about it, you know, that's your prerogative. Okay, Jack.
Yeah, and I don't think it's an argument, it's an expression of one opinion and another opinion. I do not agree with the state legislature and the way they constructed the language, because anything goes. And my job is not to allow anything. My job as a commissioner is to attempt to balance the request of an applicant with the concern of what might occur. But ultimately, that's a board discussion. It's only we've got a couple opinions here. And a third one that says the whole argument is NA, non-applicable. So we might not go anywhere anyway. So another question, Michael. Maybe it's more substantive.
Okay.
And may I? Thank you. So Glenn, the reason why I brought up, and I saw, you know, what the crawl area square footage was, and the expansion potential, for example, on staff's page 2, last memo, last time, pretty, you know, it's very clear what expansion potential is. And then in doing the math, for example, on Unit 2 from 657 to 1,083, there's additional, let's just say roughly 500 square feet expansion potential, if I'm reading this correctly. I'm trying to figure out where that would go. And so that was really where I was leading. Let's identify the square footage for basement potential, and that's the non-exempt space that we talked about. But somehow we have to understand where this other potential could go. And I maybe have missed it, and you've already explained it, but I would like clarity, if that's okay for him to answer, Michael. Because I can't tell him that just to answer.
Well, the other expansion potential, which unit did you just call out, Jack?
Well, 2, for example,
All right, 2.
1,083,
Right.
657 is the basement potential.
Yeah, there's 426 other, and that's given the zone limitation that we came up with of 2,855. So theoretically, that would go by potentially pushing out the
deck.
front wall a little bit, or maybe doing a deck enclosure in the back, or maybe, going up if it was possible. But we have no plan for it. We don't know how it would be done. It's just theoretically possible given the limitation of the zone. So theory is one thing, and whether you can practically do it is another thing. And it would have to be studied, and that would be something that would have to come in either a detailed submission as that option has been left open, or as part of an overall PUD amendment for the entire complex. Because we don't envision that happening on a unit-by-unit individual basis.
Yeah, and I understand everything that's been said before about trying to get 12 owners to come up with a plan such as those kind of remodels. So, good. My question is answered, and I appreciate the fact that that's a future consideration.
Any further questions? No further questions? Chris, I have a question for you. It's not on page 2 of the memo. It describes impact fees, and there's a difference between impact fees for locals and impact fees for second homes. Isn't that covered? Isn't that a violation of equal protection to have a different fee structure based on where you live?
No.
It is not.
No. This is contained. This is consistent with the Affordable Housing Impact Fee Ordinance, which is codified in the land code. And that ordinance, in our opinion, is constitutional.
Okay. Thanks.
I can go into more detail.
No, that's okay. Somebody at some point probably will.
We've seen it on my plan.
Oh, okay. So if there's no more questions, is there a motion? Yes, Rachel?
I'm sorry, I was going to read the agenda, but they're not detailed enough. I would make a motion to approve the La Chamonix rezoning code amendment, planned unit development, and submission, subdivision conceptual submission. Is that what's...
Chris, you're going to have to help us with this because it is fairly complicated.
3 different...
Let's go CD.
So we want to, let's
We
just
can do one at a time. That's fine.
formulate a motion for us.
All right. I would propose that the board approve first, in page 11 of your packet, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickett County, Colorado, granting conceptual subdivision and planned unit development approval for the La Chamonix multi-family housing complex, units 1 through 12. And is it La Chamonix?
It's La Chamonix Association Incorporated.
The Chamonix Association Incorporated Multifamily Housing Complex, units 1 through 12. That would be the first motion that I would ask the board to entertain.
Is that a motion you're willing to support, Rachel?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Was the La Chamonix Association Incorporated the name of the homeowners or the name of the homeowners association or the name of the complex? I'm lost there. I don't.
It's the name of the association.
So we're putting that in the title of this ordinance?
No, so let's leave it as is. It's not the name of the complex as well.
Well, it's La Chamonix
yeah.
condominiums.
Le Chamonix condominiums is what we're called colloquially, but our legal declarations are Le Chamonix Association, Inc.
As the homeowners
As the
association?
homeowners.
Okay, and that's different than the property?
Well, the property, other than the individual units, is owned by the association.
Let's do it this way. Let's do it the way that I first described it, and
Okay.
if necessary, to correct any legal discrepancies between the existing declarations.
Yeah, maybe do it also known as.
That ministerial
Okay.
correction.
So we should just leave the title as is? Okay.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? I guess, is this a public hearing?
No.
No. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The subsequent motion?
Ask the board to entertain a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Land Use Code, Pickens County Code, specifically the 2006 Land Use Code, for land use code text amendments.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And do we need a third motion?
Third motion,
Rezoning.
third motion I ask the board to entertain is to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, rezoning the La Chamonix multifamily housing complex, units 1 through 12 from AR10 to RMN.
Does anyone want to make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, but then a discussion.
Okay.
The two changes you had, Glenn, that you gave to Lindy, I'm gotten a little lost. Did they belong in one of these three that have already approved or
It
anything?
was in the first one that you approved, which was the resolution that approves the conceptual plan and the draft PUD guide. And
Right.
so Mike has those, we've been coordinating.
And that's on the maximum floor area,
Yeah,
right?
for 1 and 12.
Okay, so we can do that
On the
again,
first
just
one.
kind of administratively as a correction that was made during the meeting of what we were voting
Yeah, we
on.
got
I
a
just
few
want to
of
make
those.
sure.
Okay. So there was a motion by George, a second by Rachel. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So have we run out of motions?
Yes, we do.
You need to make them.
I think we need a motion to go into executive session now.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Move that it keeps snowing.
Thank you.
Right outside.
Here it comes. Here
That's
Okay,
the
you're right. Oh, yeah. So we have to make the motion on that.
Board, there's open discussion. Is there any open discussion?
Okay.
There is no open discussion. Is there a motion to go on?
Did John have any open discussion?
John, do you have any open discussion? So there's a motion to go, is there a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters?
24-6-4024.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Should we go up to Plaza 3?
I think we should, this doesn't seem like executive session space. So,
And it doesn't have heat.
thank you. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Graf.